Streaming. Let's see if we connect. And we're going to take a look at studio and wait for signals. Says we have excellent connection. And now we, I believe, are receiving signal. Okay, so that's good. That's excellent. Let's see if we get echo. That will help immensely. We go over to the channel and then we see if we are streaming. And when we click on that and we hit and we get echo. Okay, everybody, it's a very small act on your part, but it's life or death to Team Dietrich. Hit that upvote, please, by all means. And with that, I'm going to start the call. We're going to try and start the call. We go over to Infinite Call, and we hit it. And let's see what we get. Okay. Let's see if anyone responds. Right now we get the... There we are, Aristides. So glad you could join us. How are you?
Okay. All right. Here we are again.
Okay. Wow. Let's take a look at, I think you're registering, but say hello again just to make certain that OBS catches your signal.
Hello again.
You are registering. Excellent. Okay. So are you ready for a blurb, or do you want me to hold stage for a few minutes? Oh, great. Dive right
I can basically get started here. So we want to make sure everybody hits the thumbs up, vote, like, whatever you want to call it. Please hit that. The universal symbol of acknowledgement and I don't know, what would you call it? Approval.
Well,
approval. That's
yes,
it.
Thank
Approval.
You. The support, actually.
Support. Yep. Not just to show moral support, but to show the YouTube algorithm. It should prioritize the content because that affects how likely it is to appear high up in search results and suggested content areas, etc., and therefore reach people and help Douglas find listeners and maintain his fan base, if you will, and find new fans and find support, money, contributions, yes. And this is even more important for the fact that there are actually unbelievably downvotes placed, by known detractors and their few cruddy bots in their employ. But that will, if there's not a good solid bunch of upvotes right in the beginning, that will be very counterproductive for the reasons stated. So hit that upvote right now.
Yes.
And always do that when you show up. And so you do have to be logged in to do that into YouTube. So either do that, or if you've never done that, give it a shot. And one easy way would be using a Gmail, because it's the same company. And I think if you have a Gmail, you can just sign in with that without making a new account to YouTube. So then you can do all these YouTube things like upvoting and other stuff we'll discuss. Once you're signed in, you can check the account menu, the little icon up in the corner there, upper corner. And if you look in there, you should see switch account. That's where you handle these things. And you can actually add other accounts or logins. So if you have multiple Gmails, etc., you can get them all kind of registered there, and then it's real easy to click between, and they can upvote separately. So one person can just click, switch real quick, and up and vote more than once in the Dietrich democracy. So it's amazing. You get something for your votes, and you can vote more than once, and it's really not a whole lot.
And all your votes count too, not like in the American Electoral College where they're canceled out.
Right. Yeah. So it's popular vote only here, and you can be very popular if you vote more than once. So
Damn straight.
feel free to announce that you did in the chat. Yeah, if you have more than one Gmail or login or whatever, you can switch between there in the account menu. Additionally, even under one account, you can create channels, which are normally for publishing. Sounds scary, but you don't actually have to put anything on them. It just basically makes a new name, and that would be the channel name. But channels can upvote separately also in the same fashion. It's all handled right there. So as much as you're willing to set up, and a couple quick clicks between. So I've just put 2 upvotes myself. Let's see what are we up to now?
Well, quite a bit of notes tonight.
Yeah, we need a few more in there. Come on, people. That upvote. So all right. So yeah, that's the immediate thing that you want to do. So it's like, subscribe, share, and contribute. So these are the things we'll want to go over real quick. So like, subscribe. If you see a subscribe button, you will want to hit that. If it's showing you one there below the window. If not, I believe they no longer show it. If you are subscribed, it will show on the main, his main channel page. If you go to that, do not directly click on the blue name Douglas Dietrich, or you will leave us now. But if you can open a new tab or window, or check on it later on, you want to go there and go to the main channel page. It'll show you right there, subscribed or not, either way. And in either spot, there is the notification bell, little bell icon. You will want to click that. Gives you a little menu, and by far the superior choice is all. And that will give you a little pop-up every time a new show starts. So very convenient. Nothing to remember, nothing to do. You just hit it. So no reminder to set. Plus, it's a very good indication you are still subscribed. You will want to know that, because it certainly does happen that people will become unsubscribed for various reasons.
Believe me, you will be unsubscribed, because that's what the bastards do.
Yeah. That's what, because Doug's not monetized, at least not, on YouTube. He's that's how you got to do it. Take your money in another spot so that you can't hold that over your head.
Yeah, that's right, the motherfuckers. We tried with YouTube, and it did not work out. Yes.
No, you did try?
Yeah, we tried a long time ago with a woman named Selena Khan set it up, and she set it up in such a fucked up way. But I think that Google's just fucked anyway. Anyhow, they're horrible.
Yeah.
It's not. I'll share the whole story later.
Plus, guess what? The first thing they take away when you get a couple dings is that. So
yes. Yes, so true.
So forget it. So go check out the main channel page there, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. It'll show you subscribed. It'll show you many of all the videos, both previous lives and other ones, which are very good review under videos, or live, which would be live streams like this. So do check that out. Make sure you're subscribed there. And so like, subscribe, share. Yes, share. So you want to share the content, the link, wherever possible, wherever you're comfortable or at the verge of comfort. Push it. Go ahead and push it. Live a little bit dangerously. Drop that link. People do way worse in this world.
Yes. So true. Yes.
People dropping bombs and killing innocent people. So
for no goddamn
drop that link. Yeah, drop that link. All considered, it's not that scary. Might upset a couple friends, but you might make new ones. Maybe they're the ones you need. So
that's right.
Yeah. So you could grab it right out of the browser bar, but also, you can hit the share button below the window. That will basically give you the same link, but YouTube will feel that. The algorithm will feel that stimulation. You click in the button, the share button, and then you can click the copy button there to copy the link. or it'll have directed share buttons for various platforms, where it just opens up the app for that. So yeah, you want to hit that, grab that link, share that anywhere and everywhere you can, in chats, direct messages, text, group chats, email, group emails, company-wide emails. Print out a QR code. You can get a free QR code generators, tape it up in the busy public bathroom, anywhere where it's legal to post such materials, of course. And any way you could think of, any friends who've been wondering about the many mysteries of the world, certainly quite an archive for them to go back and explore also.
That's right. It would answer half their questions in life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they can, with all these very thorough descriptions, they can easily, you can search on the channel. If you go to the main channel page, one of the things, there's the little search magnifying glass icon. You can search within the channel for topics, and find, basically anything you could really want to wonder about. It's been discussed here. So yeah, share anywhere you can. Like, share some, what else? Contribute. Are we there? Was there anything else?
Yeah, we're pretty close. Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So last but not least, contributing, and we're talking money, actual, cold, hard, American PayPal,
yes,
preferred. And that is the easiest way and let's get that link in there.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Because you can't put it in yourself, apparently.
I cannot. Yes, I need this is why a producer like Aristides is so fucking important.
Yeah. Not that you don't know how, it's just that YouTube won't let you, because
yes, that's right,
they're punishing you or something.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yes.
Because some people like to complain like little bitches.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So we'll get that PayPal link in there. It is his PayPal personal PayPal account is Douglas D. Dietrich. It's also there right on the front screen there. Or you can you don't really need the link. All you can do is get to PayPal. You can just search, type it in your search bar. You'll get there. Get into PayPal, type Douglas D. Dietrich, and you'll get there, and you'll see him there in his hat and his glasses, and then you'll send him all of the money in your PayPal. So
thank you.
Here, let's get the little where the hell is it? Scrolling the little explanation of what the fuck? Where'd it go? Oh, god damn it. Usually, or did I sometimes actually, sometimes I cut what I mean to copy, don't you?
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah. Or wait, is it another spot? Or I have to scroll around. Yeah. So let me just put it in there manually then. Hold on.
No worries.
I like to have it right next to the link.
Yes. Understood.
Right, and, because there's a blue link, you might not be like, you're squinting, you're like, what is that? But like, that's why you put it in all caps.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
There. So there's no ambiguity.
Yes.
That is the link to contribute money.
Thank you.
So,
beautiful.
There you go. There. So PayPal, the easiest way. And if you do not have PayPal and you have simply a credit or debit card, fear not, because it's also very easy to still do it through PayPal. I'll tell you how. You want to go to his website, douglasdietrich.com. So we'll put that in there. And once you go there, let's you go there, and look at that link in there. So
yes,
click on it once you go there, and you'll see in the upper right hand corner where it says donate, see the credit card icons. You want to hit that. It's not the one in the middle. That's the practice button. That won't do anything. It'll just dead end, and then you have to go back. And that's hardened your resolve by now to go through the motion of clicking donate. So you click the yellow one, you get to a little menu, and one of the options is donate with debit or credit card. You do not need to be signed in at all. You just need to have the card. So this is his production account, business account. They do take a little fee out of it, but this is the way if you don't have a PayPal that you can log into. So there you go. So
there we are.
most people have a card of some type. Yours, someone else's, credit, debit. So whip it out, and just stick it in there.
That sounds a bit obscene.
In the field, I mean the number in the field, and then the expiration date and the what do they call it, CCV or CVV code, or a 3-digit code, just jam it in there.
Yes.
Venmo, you can also use. They give you an option for that if you would prefer, or that's where you have your money. Or you can go into Venmo and search for PayPal's. You'd want to search for the Douglas D. Dietrich. And then the third one, donate with PayPal, that would be being signed in. So kind of prefer you going to the original one, Douglas D. Dietrich. But if it ends up here and it's a whole shit ton of money,
yes,
no worries. A few complaints there, especially if you click the make this a monthly donation, which is really the most impactful thing. You might say, well, I don't have a lot. I can't give a lot. Well, can you give a little every month? That's even more useful as time goes on. Yes. So please do consider that, if at all possible, in your financial scenario, to do that. So there you go. That's how you send money. There's really no other pay apps set up at this time, but feel free to comment in the chat if you have some sort of special circumstances or something like that. Cash App, or I don't know what the hell other ones are out there.
All
Those are the main ones.
Yeah,
there really are all kinds of things, but there's the main one, or PayPal, Venmo, Cash App that I know of.
Yes.
Although there's probably something else I'm forgetting, but who cares? So yeah. Well, so that's the way. And if not any of that, if you want to send a physical mail of say a large postal money order or check, and that's the only way, that's certainly doable. Although you want to reach out and send Doug an email, let him know that something will be on its way so that he can be sure to look out for it and not miss it. So let's put that in there.
Thank you.
DouglasDuaneDietrich@gmail.com. So that would be, at that point, he'll give you his address, and then he'll know to what to look out for and not miss it. So postal money order, check, your check, someone else's, grandma's check from her money market account.
She ain't gonna use that money.
Yeah, they give you that little complimentary checkbook associated with the investment account. That's usually easy to just for them to toss that off to the side, grab that. Pick a number and then put a bunch of zeros after it, and Douglas will be forever indebted to you.
That's right.
And yes, and you will be a beautiful person, and so will he, because he'll get the surgery he needs. So
thank you. Yes. So the name will ring out through the ages. Yes.
Yeah. If that's still the plan, if that's still your
we're trying to raise $3,000 within at this
point. Tonight.
Yeah. Well, less than 30 days. Yes.
Oh wow. Wow. So yeah, all Doug has his needs. Also, much more normal day-to-day needs, such as beverages he can actually drink that aren't poisonous. Food that is above B grade institutional
Meals on Wheels level. Yes.
Meals on Wheels, stuff like that. Beer, yes. Don't get beer at the on from your food program.
Unfortunately, yeah. Well, actually, that's probably for the best, considering the quality of the beer they probably provide. Bud Light.
Right. Yeah. Right. Schlitz or something. Right?
Yes, that's it. Malt liquor. You're absolutely right. The real bad
Yeah.
shit. Yes.
Yeah,
Good
something,
point.
or
Yes.
or it wouldn't, or it'd just be like, how the government cheese didn't have a name on, like it wouldn't
Yes,
have a
that's right.
brand on it.
That's
It
right.
would just be, it would just
Yes.
say like, it would be white, and it
Yes.
would just be in black block letters. It would just say beer.
Yes.
Like,
Yes. Oh my God.
beer, U.S. government.
Oh, that would be so depressing. Oh, that
Yeah.
would be so
Yeah.
fucking depressing.
Some people would love it. They'd be like, yeah,
Yes. Yeah. Free beer.
God bless America.
Yes.
Beer.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, this is what we
in other countries, you could see, in some, maybe some, some other countries, I could see that happening, but not here. Yeah, probably for the best. So,
by the way, my thanks to Douglas Marks 2867, who says, just sent you a donation to lift your spirit. I just watched the movie Backrooms. It's very interesting. So thank you for that. I appreciate your contribution. Let's take a look and see what our man sent. And everybody do follow his example. And I'm not seeing anything, any notification just yet, but I'm sure it'll be on its way. So thank you.
yes.
Yeah, so there you go.
So, those are the main points here of the blurb. I'll also, once, of course, there's the live chat. Feel free to wait, why isn't that? I entered. No, the email isn't. I don't know. Is it linking up or I guess emails don't do that because it's not a web link. Or
Okay.
It usually does. I feel like it usually does.
Doesn't it usually do that? Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the blue. Yeah. Well, anyway, you can highlight it and copy it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not easy to highlight and copy from the comments, but you just come on, it ain't that hard to type out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, not as many people, not that many. I don't
people
know.
need to use it anyway. Not that many people need to use it anyway.
No, right.
Yeah,
So there we go. We got the PayPal. We got the website. We got the email.
Yes.
And so really no excuse to not make a difference somehow.
Participate. Yes.
Participate, even if it's in the chat there, or sharing the link, the content, or in the comments that are open after the live concludes below the window. Comments will be enabled. Douglas will always invariably put a comment that he cannot pin, but it will have his crucial information there, the same that we just discussed. Yes. And please upvote that and any comments that you see, because if they're not upvoted and they're downvoted, they can be disappeared. So please upvote comments there, and feel free. And more importantly, or just leave a comment, and that will help the algorithm immensely. Just say
always
anything,
participate.
Really.
Yeah, always participate. Just leave a comment like hi. It's simple.
Right. Just the act of leaving a comment. Hi, thanks, thanks for doing this, or anything, any random observations, it's hot, okay, try to do a little better than that, but yeah, comments will help the algorithm immensely. Yes.
So by the way, do me a favor and crack the text and tell people something about the notes. That'll be helpful to them. They need to be guided. Yes. There's a lot of subsidiary footnotes. We actually had to go into the double daggers. We had to go into the double daggers. And there's two separate poems. There's two separate poems.
Oh,
so out there, Heather Holman, in case you haven't noticed, Heather MANAKTALA, you are the episode is semi-dedicated to you. So if you're out there, Heather, you have a poem. It is the second poem that is footnoted. And there's one for Dad, and I had to fit both in. There's a limit to not just a limit to the amount of characters you can use in the title, which is always 100, which I used to the 100th character in tonight's title, and usually do. But obviously there's a limit of about 5,000 characters for the summary. So there's only so much room for two different poems one dedicated to my father on
All right.
Father's Day, and one dedicated to Heather MANAKTALA on her birthday, which is tomorrow. Tonight is her
Oh,
birthday eve day. So yeah, so
wow.
back to our man
All
Aristides.
right. So yeah, you'll want to definitely hit the see more or expand the comment there. I'd probably say see more,
Yes.
and then you will see where asterisks in the title refer to footnotes there, specific sections
Yes.
in the text. Yes, there's always a lot to look at there.
Yes.
What Doug wants to acknowledge for tonight on this day in history, and other other events and people
Yes.
who he wants to acknowledge. So do check that out. Poem, Father's Day, Heather, and other seeing a dagger, double dagger, triple dagger, and then the it's dagger with like two crosses.
Yeah, that's actually called the double dagger. The
That's
single
okay.
single
Right,
dagger's
three
just,
single, right?
yeah, three
Right,
single daggers. Yeah.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, so plenty to look at there. That's
Yes.
very, many languages. Always get your multicultural credits there.
Yes.
So you've have now exempt from training.
Yeah, from diversity training. You will be forever exempt
Yeah.
from diversity training if you simply tell them you listen to Douglas Dietrich and review his text.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
You're right. And then send them the link. Yeah. And I'm sure you can pull that off. Yeah.
And so that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Aristides. So I'll get right into it. And everyone, we're just going to dive right into monologue. And anyone who's willing to join us on the call, please do so. Again, foremost on my mind, dear Aristides, definitely want to have a private catch up with you, catch up on everything that's been going on. And believe me, I have not forgotten, and it's something that I look forward to. And it's just been an extraordinarily busy month. I'll give you a look at the calendar. As a matter of fact, let me do a screen share. So I'm going to do a screen share here. And let's do a screen share for. So can you see this, Aristides? I'm on screen share. So can you see?
Hold on. I actually have to open the.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, now I can.
Okay, so you can see how busy this weekend has been. Now, Juneteenth is something I do educate the lads in on on site the estates. Throughout the weekend, we had the 70th San Francisco North Beach Festival, and which this year coincides with the basically the summer solstice, which is a holiday in Asia, and so celebrated culturally. It was, of course, the first day of summer and Father's Day weekend as well. So I had to spend time in communion with my father, so to speak, and acknowledge that and what's going to happen. Not so much Wednesday. Wednesday will be an important alternative lifestyles holiday in Germania, over in Germany. But what's going to happen is the 26th on Friday. That will be the 11th Obergefell versus Hodges anniversary, and the anniversary of the weddings of many, many same-sex couples, literally millions across America. But it is the 11th. It's the steel wedding anniversary of my son and his husband. So I will be gone and incommunicado on Friday and throughout the weekend. It will also be National Beauticians Day on Friday the 26th. Everybody do something nice for your beautician. That's the most important relationship you'll ever have in your life outside of marriage, is with your cosmetologist or beautician. This weekend into Saturday will be the 56th annual San Francisco Pride celebration and parade. It will actually be, for the lads, more importantly, National Pride Prom Day. Definitely I will be incommunicado for the weekend. I will be back in time for the transmission, of course, and that transmission will be entering the 250th San Francisco Foundation Day on Monday. So I'll be here overnight for the transmission, and just a lot going on. But it's obviously been very busy throughout the weekends all month, and it will, we'll find out just how busy it'll be in July. Well, it'll start off with a bang with Independence Day weekend. So we know there's just a lot going on lately. So I try to speak to you sometime during the week, and before Friday,
Okay.
hopefully, because Friday is going to be, I'll be gone this week.
Okay.
And so all that being shared, I want to welcome everybody who's listening to us right now. We've got good numbers. Let me start in on it. Good eventide and happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures, including our producer Aristides, who put 2 daughters through school. Well, he kind of like
Basically.
raised one, put one through college, and the other one was kind of like, he did the same.
Also went to college. Also went to college. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Finally and eventually. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there you go. He's an
Yeah.
accomplished man. Yeah, a far better man than I could ever hope to be. Certainly more responsible. I've only and ever have been an irresponsible lout, and I've never done anything for any kids I produce. So there we have that. Welcome to the Sunday edition of Critical Omissions, where I give you the weekend rundown and to get ready for the work week ahead. In tonight's edition, we're certainly not going to do very much to cover the fact that the President, Donald Trump, is trying to blame his reflecting pool woes on vandalism. We will instead give a nod to the fact that Brexit still divides Britain and casts a pall over its economy 10 years later. And for Brendan ẒOGHET out there, yogis around the world have been celebrating International Yoga Day, as if you even knew that existed. Now, 10 years on, Brexit still divides Great Britain and casts a pall over its economy. 10 years ago, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union in a referendum that forges political identities to this day, and that shattered a half-century project to get closer to the super-peninsular subcontinent. Brexit, short for British exit, became a reality on the 23rd day of June in 2016, when 52%, or more than 17 million people, voted to leave the European Union. By the way, that is an extraordinarily generous guesstimate. It is almost certain that over half of those votes, like literally the deciding vote, was literally half a percentile. So it was more like 5 million people, and the rest were literally forged votes or double votes by people who had no citizenship that somehow hacked the system, overwhelmingly Russian bots. Now, even though the margin was still extraordinarily narrow, the vote led the most, it led to the most dramatic shakeup of the United Kingdom economy and society since World War II. And with Trump already threatening Iran with fresh strikes, the Iran-American deal is a big win for Tehran, but everybody lost the war. I will explain that. This week last, the world found its many military fronts shifting. We saw the Ukraine launch a major drone storm attack on Moscow, the largest in 12 years, with Russia firing upon a British yacht in the Channel in response to exacerbate the culture war playing out on the streets of the disunited kingdom 10 years on from Brexit, almost to the day. Along a shaky peace put on the table between Iran, Israel, and Trump's United States of Crassitude. Donald Trump having signed the 14-point Memorandum of Understanding at Versailles, bringing the G7 summit to a close thereby. Yea, verily, after the UFC cage fight on the White House lawns, President Trump's deliberately late entrance, keeping all the other G7 leaders waiting, and then entering by declaring, "I'm the boss!" and Trump's belittling the Italian Prime Ministress, Giorgia Meloni, over his claims she begged for a photo with him. It must be said that Trump reflects a crass society, classless in the sense that he has no class, yet in his very classlessness, representative of America to greater effect than Uncle Sam ever was. Certainly having too many fools to suffer gladly, Trump sports the grace and tact of Mark Millar's Inbreeder Hulk on the rampage. For those of you who just aren't geek enough or dorky enough to even know what the fuck I've just alluded to, Mark Millar produced the Badlands universe of Marvel Comics, in which the Hulk smashed his cousin and produced a whole inbred clan of Hill Hulks. Like, your kids read this shit. You really ought to do something about it. At any rate, Trump turns friends and allies into diehard anti-Trumpers for no reason or purpose other than, it seems, self-justification. Americans argue that Milione and all the other effete and ineffectual European leaders who claim American protection but don't pull their weight, as perverted per their own perspective in the late war with Iran, deserve what she got. Perhaps on the substance, Americans are right. Europe does need to come into its own. On his being presidential, however, Trump falls far short. As my late and sainted legal sire always said, respect is earned, not demanded. But as far as the president is concerned, however, he wants everyone to know that this is Trump's world, and we're all just living in it, which was the attitude of the incest Hulk in Mark Millar's Badlands. The price of gas has fallen to $4 a gallon after all, so I guess he feels he can Hulk out. Thus did President Donald Trump sign the Memorandum of Understanding ending his war with Iran while attending a dinner hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron in the Palace of Versailles on Wednesday night, as I hosted transmission midweek last. The symbolism of the location must never go unnoticed, given that the 1919 Treaty of Versailles, signed in the year my late and sainted legal sire, and a shout out to my dear daddy on Father's Day, ended World War I during his own natal annus, his birth year, with Imperial Germany's unconditional surrender, and ultimately set the stage for my biological father, Adolf Hitler's rise. The Aryan-American deal is not on the same scale of historical significance, nor is it quite so lopsided. And because of how much of its ultimate outcome is conditioned on the 60-day follow-on negotiations that have now already begun with a literal threat of a bang from Donald Trump with his, shall we say, pressure of put on the table already of precipitory airstrikes yet to come. As well as being preconditional on an end to Israeli military operations in Lebanon, which have never truly ended, it is almost inevitable that the agreement will be short-lived. As a matter of fact, we could argue it has never yet even truly gone into effect. But now that it has been made public, a more detailed analysis than when I last spraketh about it is possible, and judging from its terms, it is an exceptionally favorable agreement for Iran and Israel, in ways I shall explain. Now, this begins with the terms of the deal that will be set in motion now that it has been formally signed. Iran's only immediate oblige is to end its de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by removing any mines it has placed in the maritime choke point and allowing free passage sans any fees for 60 days. In return, the United States will end its naval blockade of Iranian ports and, critically, waive all relevant sanctions on Iranian oil sales. But the effects of war don't stop at the shoreline, and prices won't fall overnight. The Iran war's impact on food inflation is yet to hit consumers. One farmer who weathered Brexit, COVID, and the Ukraine has said, Iran is like the punch in the face. Tracing the cumulative toll, a peace deal won't bring any immediate relief. And Israel will undermine America's peace with Iran at any rate, entendre intended there. Difficult negotiations are sometimes described as multidimensional chess. The cliché is more apt than usual as American and Iranian envoys meet in Switzerland, while Israel and Hezbollah, their respective allies, continue attacking each other. That could undermine talks that were not going to be easy at the best of times, which these are not. I myself am less than pleased with Donald Trump and, in particular, VP J.D. Vance over the 14-point MOU, or MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, made with Iran, and the rivers of money that will flow back into the world's largest sponsor of Islamic terror. Indeed, only Iran is happy with Trump's peace deal. President Trump might have thought that negotiating an interim diplomatic understanding with Iran was going to be the hard part. But selling the 14-point Memorandum of Understanding to the public is proving to be just as laborious. Less than 24 hours after the document was released, virtually nobody is particularly satisfied with it. Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill, normally deferential or submissively supportive of Trump's agenda across the board, are already expressing nervousness at the terms and demanding a full briefing from the maladministration about how the White House plans on executing them. Iran hawks, or Aryan hawks, who never wanted diplomacy with Iran at all, are irate that Tehran is effectively given sanctions relief on the front end before it has to do much of anything. In fact, it really doesn't need to do anything. The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is worried about how Iran will abuse the cash. And the Gulf Arab states, which never thought the war was a good idea in the first, and ergo unsuccessfully lobbied the Trump maladministration to double down on diplomacy instead, are upset that Iran's missile program is not addressed at all. The only people who seem pleased with the terms are the Iranians. The Iranian regime is bragging that they've outlasted Washington's military might and bested it at the negotiating table. Yesterday, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, said, "This is a historic document and a message from a powerful Iran. Peace will be realized in the shadow of mutual respect." Analysts will spend the coming days poring over the MOU and critiquing it. They will have much to complain about. In principle, the MOU is, to be generous, a common sense attempt to rewind the calendar back to February 27th, the day before the conflict erupted on the basis of basest treachery of the Judeo-American alliance. And from this point forward, provide Iran and the American empire with a few more months to determine whether the technical particularities of Tehran's nuclear program can even ever be resolved. It's the details and structure of the document that has a lot of people in Washington, not to mention Tel Aviv-Yafo, and every capital of an Arab state anywhere in Southwest Asia, quite nervous. The most troublesome aspect for most is the fact that Washington will enact sanctions waivers, allowing Iran to export its crude oil to the world markets again, even before any nuclear questions are discussed, let alone tackled. At current prices, that concession will net Tehran 60 billion United States dollars over the next 12 months. The alterations from former President Barack Obama's nuclear deal with Iran more than a decade ago are hard to miss. Trump was one of the earliest to pounce on Obama's JCPOA, its Joint Committee on the what was it again? Help me out here, Aristides. The JCPOA, if I remember correctly as an acronym, was the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It was commonly known simply as the Iran nuclear deal because nobody else could remember what the acronym stood for either. Everybody who looked it up found basically instead the JCPA, or the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, which makes a lot of sense considering it was they who promoted it and they simply added an O in the acronym to disambiguate it. It was always the JCPA that ran America's diplomacy. Such having been articulated, Trump called it one of the worst deals an American president has ever negotiated in our country's history. There were problems with the Obama Pact. Iran, for example, could continue researching technology for faster centrifuges and would be able to enrich uranium at higher grades after 15 years. Still, United States sanctions relief was tied to Iran shipping out its stockpile of enriched uranium, dismantling about 2/3 of its centrifuges, and converting its underground VĽDAḥ enrichment plant into a research facility. In contrast, Trump's MOU essentially gives early sanctions relief just to keep the Iranians at the table. The progress of their nuclear program is effectively given a green light. Taking a hammer to the Trump-Iran framework is fair game. No government or politician deserves the benefit of the doubt. But it's vitally important not to allow the details of the deal to ignore the elephant in the room. None of this needed to happen in the first. Trump deserves blame, not because he negotiated a piss-poor peace deal, but rather because he decided, at the behest of his Israeli masters, to go to war in the first. The genesis, to use a biblical term, of this story can be traced back to May of 2018, when Trump, despite pleadings from his own national security advisors, vowed to make good on his campaign pledge to withdraw these United States from Obama's JCPOA. Trump not only pulled out but reimposed all of the economic sanctions previously lifted and added new ones to the pile. The White House thought Tehran would capitulate. Instead, the regime began installing more centrifuges, churning out more uranium at higher quality and growing its stockpile exponentially. The June 2025 aerostrikes on Iran's major nuclear facilities was a slapdash way for Trump to fix his own mess, at least temporarily. Trump's assumptions on Iran didn't get any wiser as time went on. When Eretz Israel Hashlema, the greater land of Israel, ordered its Arts Habri, the land of the covenant, it asked these United States to launch an even broader aero campaign against Iran on February 28th. Both expected the regime to collapse or at least become desperate enough to sue for peace, like the United States did to Japan in World War II. The notion of Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz in retaliation was viewed as a possibility, but a low probability scenario because there was an inherent belief the regime would have already thrown in the towel. The precise opposite happened. We all know the story by now. Iran's military infrastructure was dealt a severe blow by the combined air power of Israel and its 50 American vassal states in union, but the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, quickly weaponized its geographical advantage near the strait to stop maritime traffic. The IRGC sent missiles and drones into the Gulf states to hit their energy facilities, a strategy meant to spike oil and natural gas prices around the world and push the Gulf royales into convincing Trump to end the war. The second bet failed, but the first succeeded with flying colors. So much so that Trump admitted in his press conference this week that he chose to sign a deal with Iran to forestall an economic depression. It's difficult for rational people to go through this and ask what it was all for. Iran's position is stronger today than it was before the war. America, Israel, and the Gulfs looks, if not weaker, then at the least more vulnerable. The MOU is far from ideal, but the decision to go to war was the original sin. By the way, I notice we are joined by Brendan ẒOGHET. How are you, dear Brendan? And
yes, doing
yes,
well, doing well.
Good. Now, I need to show you something before I forget. Let me go on screen share and see
Don't
what...
let me interrupt you.
Oh, no.
It was so thrilling. It was riveting.
Now, can you see the screen share? I'm conducting a screen share here.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So
I can see all the sick shit coming into your inbox. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Bluehost. So let's do it with Bluehost here. Now this is what is pissing me off. Bluehost. We've got a Bluehost order confirmation from May 15th. I just renewed Bluehost, and this has to do with, I believe, it was $335.90 for the goddamn website. So it's once a year, and now I'm getting reminder your services are going to renew. And so is this, what the fuck is this shit? Do I need to call them? Obviously I need to call them about this to make certain, but does this look at all reasonable? $21.99 for account holder. I presume that the account is somehow separate from the website, like a name.
This is the domain.
Okay. All right. So then it's, for what it is, it's reasonable. Even though, like you said, it's unreasonable on the face of it.
No, it's totally unreasonable. Well, this part you should be able to, this part is what you should be paying for. The rest of it is just nonsense.
Okay.
That's how I would say.
Thank you. Okay. So this
you want to keep the name, but you could theoretically get a free one, but we'll talk about that privately. You can get a better price. But the domain is non-negotiable. You have to pay that if you want to keep it the way it is. But the actual hosting site is, not ideal. I'll be nice about it and just say that.
Understood. So but of course we'll go over that. I have a perverse sentiment about it because it's kind of like a legacy site left over from the LATE-And-SAÍNTED days. Well,
you won't lose any of the content.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay. So we'll talk more about that then. Definitely privately. So, we'll have to. Oh my God, with all of the, at any rate, obviously you've been going through a lot lately. We're not going to, say too much about everything you've been going through, maintaining your sense of security and privacy. But how are you doing as a person? People do care about it. Did you hear what I said earlier about it's International Yoga Day? Yogis all over the world are celebrating, I would presume, including yourself.
What a bunch of fucking charlatan motherfuckers.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, they're doing the pose that opens their hand to beg for money.
Yes, I love it. Yes.
Fucking assholes.
Yes,
I'm against anything under the term yoga, by the way.
Thank you.
It's not yoga, it's yog. It's yog. Y-O-G.
Yeah,
which means union with divine. Yog, the true term, is like yoke. The English word yoke comes from that, meaning to link up or to connect with divine. Not to do this like bending your body and staring at chicks' asses from, and then getting paid to fondle people like Rapey Cinnamon, all
Yes,
these
Radu
weirdos.
Cinnamar. Yes.
Like, you wouldn't believe how common that. I mean, I don't know. Nowadays, there's like the women kind of took over that field, but at the beginning, it was like Creep Central, if you remember.
Oh God, yes. No, it was beyond.
It would be like the Fabio character. He would do the yoga class just to like, grab all the MILFs. It's like sick fucking shit.
Yes. No.
So none of that's real yoga. Like real yoga is connection with divine, like going higher, doing proper actions with grace, and stuff like that.
Thank you. And by the way, when I said you would know, I meant that not that he would know as a charlatan, a fellow charlatan. I meant he would know, Brendan would, as a true practitioner of Veda, just how phony these people are. So you would confirm this has nothing to do with any holiday in Asian India. This is strictly a Western.
Oh, it's just made up. Yeah, it's just made up. And the offensive part is that it's actually summer solstice, so they just took that, usurped that for their sick money laundering scheme. But in reality, it's the sun is actually, you should be praising the sun at this point in the calendar, because the sun it's sustaining all of us by growing our food. That's without these, especially right now as Northern Hemisphere, we're in the north. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you get it later, but it's still the same force. Like, that's the light of the sun is what's growing your food. So without that, we'd all be we'd be freezing to death and dying without food. So.
Yes, indeed.
Nothing to do with yoga.
Yes. By the way, Douglas Mark sent 20 United States dollars. He sent the note, I hope this helps, even though I know it's not much. Keep your head up and keep fighting. Thank you, Douglas Marks. Deeply appreciate it.
What were you crying earlier or something? What happened?
You mean the illustration?
No, I'm saying. You were begging for money earlier. Or
fuck! I'm always crying for money. Jesus Christ! Well, you know that. I mean, that's like.
I know. Believe Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yes. I've got $110 left in my wallet in physical money. I've got money on the card because, of course, those assholes at PayPal went directly into my fucking bank.
Yeah, and that's fucking classic.
And I have to call them tomorrow just to bitch to try and get $25 back that they effectively stole, as far as I'm concerned. For it just goes on and on.
Well, you're preaching. I mean, you're preaching to the converted, man.
Yes. There we are. So we've got some photographs from.
Who are these freaks, dude?
It's Peter Moon and what our man T-Tank Barry feels looks like.
Oh, Rapey Cinnamon.
Oh, Radu Cinnamar. That might have been Radu Cinnamar. Oh, that's who he is. Yes, and Peter Moon. Yes, the two. They
look like they could be brothers.
Yes. They seriously they look related. Yeah, that's honestly they both get the puke, and so WTPS match made in heaven is what T-Tank Barry says. Good man. Thank you, T-Tank. Absolutely. Yes. It's like, let me hit the right.
They were trying to juice all those yoga people to sell books.
Yeah.
And then the other guy got too comfortable and started raping them.
Yes, that's right. Well, he was doing that from the beginning. Yeah. He was doing that from the fucking beginning. And it was that they finally.
Like these are the people that give men a bad name.
Seriously.
Like, so when I say, oh yeah, I'm doing meditation, that everyone just assumes you're like trying to fondle them, and it's just like, this is real bad. It's because of these fuckers. Because of people like him and Peter Moon with his, I'm doing qigong. Yeah. Energy is my currency now.
Yeah. What a load of shit.
Why is it always a creepy old man? He just fucks it up for the rest of us.
I love it. Oh, that's delightful. And
all those fucking babas and yogis didn't help either, for sure.
Yes, yeah, that's no, seriously. And
even in like the days of the Beatles, like that.
Oh no, horrible.
What was his name?
Yeah, it was. Oh God, I can't remember that guy's name.
I don't even like calling him by his fake fucking fraud name. What is his name? Maharishi, whatever the fuck his name was.
Yes, their guru.
And he's definitely not a Maharishi, because that's like he's just a charlatan. But he basically attacked Farrah, what's her name?
Farrah Fawcett.
Jane Fonda or Farrah Fawcett. So
Jane Fonda. Yeah,
one of their sisters. There's like a whole scandal. I don't know if you heard about it from the 60s.
Oh,
and the Beatles like covered for him and wrote the song
disgusting.
"Hey Jude" because of it and shit.
Oh God! What you mean? In other words, they taunted her with their stupid song.
With the song "Hey Jude," it'll be all right. You know, come out of the door. She like locked herself in a room because he like raped her or something.
That's right. Yes, disgusting. Oh my God!
And then they made this like happy song trying to get her to come out, coax her out of the room and shit.
What disgusting people! Oh, that's no wonder I never liked them. Oh, and the British didn't like them either. That they got famous over in the continent, and
they went to Maharishi. He's not a Maharishi, so we'll completely delete that part. But Mahesh Yogi. He made inappropriate sexual advances at women at the ashram. Oh, it was Mia Farrow. That's right, and her sister, her younger sister. Yeah.
Oh my God! And I never. I mean, I've probably heard that story related before, but it never really sank in. And
it's some stupid lore, but it's just
no, it's real. It's all real. It's very real history, and it should be known. And honestly,
and then these fuckers say it's a rumor. Oh no, it wasn't a rumor. This guy was grabbing every chick that walked in the door.
Yes, of course. There's no rumor there. That's
and they always say inappropriate advances. It's like there's no advances. He's just grabbing.
Yes. No,
these people are sick. Just like Raju.
Thank you. They're just throwing him down and raping him. Oh, look at the son of a bitch. We've got his picture right here. Another puke emoji for that. They're disgusting individual. And
imagine that guy grabbing at you, fucking.
Yes, he's disgusting.
Hideous.
Yes. Oh, that horrible.
No wonder she was fucking crying. God.
Yes, of course. But then again, you got to wonder about, come on, how do you trust these people in the first place? Honestly, ladies, there's like, you really should know. I mean, it's like this. You talk about, let me see here if I can find it. Oh, here, I'll do a screen share.
Well, again. You should know, Vampire, with your fucking honeyed words of evil. Shit.
Let me do the screen share here. I'm doing the screen share. So can you see my inbox again? You were talking about all the sick shit that comes into my inbox. Let's see now when it comes to the Real Love Company. Here we are. Look at this. Can you see this on the screen share?
Yeah.
The Real Love Company made her feel whole. Then Daddy said to strip naked. This isn't one of my porn novels. This is NBC News. It's breaking from yesterday. Basically, Greg Bear, founder of the self-help group Real Love Company, told his followers to call him Daddy and held them as if they were babies. Some women said they received special attention in the form of extended private time with him at his home. In some of these one-on-one sessions, the unlikely spiritual guru instructed the woman to take off all their clothes. And in some cases, according to 2 lawsuits and interviews with 4 women, he allegedly took things even further. It's like, come on, ladies.
Allegedly.
This is Darwin. This is Darwin Award shit. When somebody, like, say if Brendan and I started up some Real Love Company, how many people would buy into that? It's like, how could you,
they would immediately say they're scammers.
Yeah. Well, or Aristides. What if Aristides started a Real Love Company? Yeah, that would be like, oh my God.
Didn't get any traction, but apparently this guy did.
Yeah. That's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't understand. How can women, come on now. This is like, I don't get it. It's you're begging for it, really. Honestly, it is your fault at that point. When some idiot man starts a Real Love Company, says, "Call me Daddy. I'm gonna hold you like you're my baby." This is already like, this guy couldn't meet anybody at parties, okay? So he had to like throw his own and get people to pay for it too. This is like, it's unbelievable to me.
the same story, the same scam over and over again. Just seems to work all the
Yes,
time.
yes. It's well, we gotta get in on this shit. Come on, we gotta start something. All of us, T-Take, Airy.
Well, you're not fucking helping. Yeah. I'm a vampire and I suck blood and shit.
I still insist it's not cannibalism. As I said, cannibalism.
I didn't say that. You just sound guilty. Shit.
No, you said that. You said that before. You said you cannibal, and I said no.
Well,
it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said vampire and cannibal. I didn't say they were the same.
Well, that's not my fault, the cannibalism. That's the crap that was at Bak Joe.
I don't know, the shit you told me privately. Yeah. I'll bring it up. I'll fucking bring that shit up.
Oh, that's stuff that
I had no choice. I was a mercenary. I was left with no other choices. Like you were on fucking Pitcairn or something. It's like the Donner Party. We had to do what we had to do.
It was snuck to me by Aquino. And but at any rate, when it came to Bak Jow, the other incidents we'll save for another time.
Stupid. I still don't eat any of that artichoke shit.
What's it called again? Good God, it's been so long I forgot what
the artichoke bruschetta, but you fucked that up.
Bruschetta, the bruschetta, yes.
Yeah. No, it's ruined. Not that I was buying it. At one point I was buying it regularly just to like eat, as a dip. But then after that, it's like it's done.
Oh, so here we are, 1968. This is from T-Tank. 1968 incident where actress Mia Farrow accused Maharishi. I like this word, accused. The fucker's guilty. Okay, he's guilty.
They all defend him to the end, to the fucking end. Man.
Yes.
Even Q, you got. By the way, you remember you sent me that guy, and you said it was the history of all occultists.
Yes.
And you said, how come no Q? How come no Q? Well, you ask and you shall receive.
That's right.
And he fucking updated it.
Yes.
And guess what? He defends him.
Does he really?
Defends him. Yeah.
Does he really?
He says he was accused falsely. Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah. But everyone else maintains villain status. Like all the fucking old. He even like hates on Paracelsus and shit. Like it's like
really, dude, man. Yeah. You must be one.
Like he puts Paracelsus in the same. Von Hohenheim, he puts him in the same fucking video as Aquino, and I'm just like, you fucking evil scumbag. Yeah,
what a scumbag. What a piece.
And he sounds like he's from the continent, so I don't know what the fuck.
He must be an Edomite. Must be part of the network.
Yeah,
he has to be.
Yeah.
And he's probably affecting an accent. But if he's from the continent, then it's even worse. Then he's one of their continental converts. And shit, that's either that or all they get over there is the propaganda on the web because, Aquino has scrubbed the web so thoroughly, people actually believe what they see, and they're just getting it off the web. He was victim of
but I mean, if someone was into the occult, what kind of beef do they have with Paracelsus?
Thank you.
Like he was some dark occultist or something.
Yeah, that's.
And it's not like he was coming from some religious view on it because he was talking about all these other people.
Well, even a religious individual would have to have respect for Paracelsus. That's
of course.
So that's absurd. By the way, take a look into the text box here from T-Take Berry. He's sending us some of the bottled Bak Jow.
Oh no!
Oh, take a look at that! Oh my God, they branded it.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Yeah.
Bok. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Yeah, it looks spicy. At least we know it's good. Shit. Yeah, look at this. Look at this flower power. Yeah.
Yes.
As he's reaching under their skirts and shit. Sick fuck.
Yes. Sick son of a bitch. So now this is interesting. The egg, is that a 1,000-year-old egg? That looks like a natural egg. Oh, there we are. 1,000-year-old egg, fermented. Yes. Yeah, but that's at least it's not balloons. Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, those are like culinary compared to fucking
Oh Yes, thank you. And oh, let me see if I can get that back up there. So, so that being said, what's on your mind? What do you feel we should be paying attention to, either spiritually, I mean, or astrologically, or in terms of current affairs? By all means, Brendan.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot going on, obviously. I mean, I knew better, but I tried to have some faith. But yeah, you were right. That fucking shit fell apart within seconds. Like literally the next day, or it wasn't even the next day. It was like 6 hours later.
Yes.
I opened the fucking, the news app, and it says the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. And it's like, if the Germans are putting closed again in the fucking title, it's like they're fed up. Like usually they wouldn't just put that shit in a news title. Like that's like showing their fatigue, which is hard to do for those people.
Yes, it's true. They have infinite patience. So, but oh yeah, the Americans are pushing it. This is this is why Germany needs to cement a truly cyclopean alliance with Iran. Germany needs to cement it so they can gain control over the strait, really help the Iranians co-administer it, just like the British did with the canal for so many years. And that being said, here we have a much more interesting.
Yeah, I don't need to see balut.
I hearted that because I thought it was the 1,000-year-old egg, but it's a balut. Oh, some poor Chinese girl looks Chinese, but she might be Filipino. And
looks like it's fucking her up.
She does not. It's the smell already is hitting her. That's why, because the smell already is hitting her. Yeah. You see the Filipino guy above her. He's holding.
Oh, he's happy. He's happy.
He's happy. He's got dead.
And he's in front of the chicken. He's waving it in front of the chicken like a sick weirdo. Disgusting. These people deserve everything, and it's not even ethnic. It's like, if you guys are eating a baby chicken in front of the chicken, like, you guys deserve everything you get, you fucking assholes. And I'm not talking about just a regular egg. It's literally a pickled chick.
Yes.
It's fucking sick, dude.
Oh, and
yeah, century egg is different. Egg is different. That's like putting sulfur and like salt in.
Yes.
It's like a special type of sulfurous salt.
You're mineralizing it to the consistency of cheese. That's basically what's going on. The egg becomes this digestive aid. It becomes a digestive aid.
Yeah, it's like a medicinal. The other one is just we don't even go there. It's hideous.
Yes. So welcome back aboard to NPC the Game from Taiwan. Who's joined us in the chat, and glad to have you back. And hopefully all is going well in my home island. Brendan, in terms of, again, just for our listeners, I really shouldn't go back here. I'm only inviting more trouble. But at the time that the term cannibalism was brought up, I do want people to understand, look, when you're devouring bodily secretions, like all too many of you do during sex, whether it's some individual swallowing ejaculate, or the other way around in the performance of cunnilingus or fellatio, wouldn't that render you a cannibal by definition? And infants are generally raised drinking mother's milk. All of this, of course, is sourcing from another human mammal. It's hardly anthropophagy. As for anthrophagy, that would be eating of the self, meaning like children who are devouring their own boogers, or people who chew their fingernails and swallow the bits. Yes, grotesque subject matter, but nevertheless puts myself in perspective as a subspeciated norm. After all, at least a quarter of me isn't human, and I'm far less so after all that nanoplasma transferal, so hey, it's not really cannibalism. So there we have that as my perspective. Oh, let me introduce for... You hear the sighs from Brendan. Oh, the other day when I was putting Brendan through so much, he was like, "Why do you do this to me?" And I said, "'Cause I hate you." and that came out so wrong. It was really wrong. I didn't mean that, and it's really something almost worse. It's this perverse kind of gratification I derive from his suffering. It's so delicious.
You're a fucking psychic parasite. Yeah, you fucker. Forget about vampire. Disgusting. You're like a super leech. Like, yeah, that's what I would call you. Fuck parasite. You're a super leech. And not those cute ones you guys were fishing out of the pond. Like, no, this is like, we're talking some hideous shit. Yeah.
It's like, if you ever seen the little Pillsbury Doughboy, and then they poke it, and he goes, this giggle like he's tickled, like a Tickle Me Elmo, except with Brendan, it's like everything that happens because of me, it just gives him agony and pain and fucks up his whole life. His whole schedule gets fucked up, is like, everything he interfaces with the world with.
Detail.
His phone. T-Tank Barry just bought a new phone. Yeah, we gotta ask him what's been going on with his phone. They must have fried him.
What do you think? What do you think? Like, fucking, it's lit up like a Christmas tree all the time. Like, it's fucking, there's like frequencies being pinged off of it every 3 seconds, so the battery can't keep up and it just fries. So it's like,
oh yes, it's true. It's true.
And it's like, I don't know what they're expecting to find. You're like always just bitching publicly about shit. So it's like,
it's so true. It's so true. Oh,
different, yeah.
Yeah, and but that there we have it. It's kind of like, imagine some horrible situation where the Pillsbury Doughboy is screaming in agony every time he gets poked, and it's kind of like Brendan whenever I foist something upon him, yet I can't stop doing it. Poor guy. By the way, from T-Tank Barry, Super Leech Exploration. Or to bar, market to bake. How does he know about this crap? What is this? Some crypto shit? Or is it actually advertising some actual mining, some kind of ore extraction? Like, obviously, they're using the most primitive tool as its symbol. I don't know if they're using actual modern excavatory machinery, but at any rate, he'll have to explain that to us. He probably just found that somewhere. So all that being articulated, dear Brendan, are things stable at the moment? Like, how are things right now? Is it good weather where you're at? I mean, you're still in the general California area last time I checked, or came back to the general California area.
Well, I couldn't stay in Pitcairn forever. Nothing much around that place. It ain't no Hawaii, I'll tell you that. And all they eat is spam. It's like, what the fuck, you know? I can't. First of all, I don't eat it. Second of all, it's like, you would think they could import new shit by now. It's like,
no, that it's indicative of some kind of weird poverty where they develop a kind of addiction to the preservatives in that shit. After World War II, in the immediate aftermath of World War II, Japanese developed a perverse taste for spam because all the Americans loved it. And then they even developed for, like, real ghetto moments. Like spam, what do you call it when they put it on top of rice? It's like
Mitsubi.
Yeah, watsubi. Yeah, spam watsubi. Yeah, and
Mitsubi. Yeah, it's like a Hawaiian delicacy for some fucking reason.
Oh, isn't that sick? Oh God, that's where that comes from. Yeah, that too. The Hawaiians. That was it too. In Hawaii, I remember that. So it's just from the sailors, of course, from the sailors. They lived off preserved food, and so then the island people, they get the cans. Yeah, and awful. Yes. So there you go. And so.
Like, but you don't have to eat that shit anymore.
Yeah, thank you. No, but they do it as
it's not like shit has to be trucked in by boat. It's know. Like you can get actual food now.
Yes, I know. No, it's just a ghetto. It's like in the moment of a ghetto taste. You're right. I don't even see that sort of thing in Japantown anymore. It's like that's only in Hawaii.
Yeah, even when I went to like those high-end grocers in Hawaii, they had like vegan Mitsubi, and I'm like, really, you guys fucking. You can make so much food with like all these fucking. It was like a Whole Foods, and one of their specialties everyone was like hyped about was that vegan Mitsubi. It's like just
That's
Just let it
crazy.
go. Just let
Yeah,
it go.
yeah.
You
I was
don't
about
need
to
it.
say
You
they
don't need
like
it.
the taste. They like the taste. It's like
It
really
doesn't matter what it's made from. It's like
it
it's
tastes like shit.
salty. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
salty and it's bad for you. It can't be good.
Thank you.
It's horrible.
Thank you. Well, it certainly wasn't good for you when it was me. You know, I mean, the very acronym spam.
Yeah.
My dad used to tell me spam. You know what the acronym is, right? Spare parts and me.
Like,
SPAM. Spare parts and me. SPAM. Spam.
The image I'm getting is like a olive drab green can, you know, like MASH, like, you know, MASH with the stars.
Yes.
Was it really originally an acronym like that, and it came in those green cans? That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. But then again, you taught us about canola oil. I mean, you know, things just get worse the more you find out what you're eating. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well that one's the well-known one. It's like, but people eat it like it's water. They fucking drink it and shit.
No, I noticed in these like Mitsubi. You called it Mitsubi?
Yeah, Mitsubi.
Yeah, these Mitsubi wraps that T-Tank is sending us. I noticed that they put like sesame and shit in there, crumbles and sesame. I'm like, why do they bother? The spam overwhelms.
Oh, these are like they're trying to make it like onigiri, but it doesn't work.
Of course not. No, it's
the
just
original
junk.
Is literally just a slice of that with the rice wrapped in a seaweed, and that's it.
Oh, the seaweed was if you were lucky.
Yeah.
Why would you even bother? That's just to hold it together, because otherwise the spam taste overwhelms the taste of everything else. You can't taste anything but the spam. It's just salt.
Well, it must have been a survival food.
That's what it was. Yeah. It was a survival food, but people have this weird comfort shit for survival food. They like
rations. That's what I was thinking. It was rations.
Yeah, like rations.
It's like you get like a bag of rice and a bunch of cans of spam, and that's like, you know, it has to last you through the war and shit.
Yes, that's right. Well, this was all after the war. This is all after war. You mean on Hawaii? On Hawaii it was like that. Yeah, on Hawaii it was like that, but it was only after the war the Japanese were introduced to it, and they just thought it was, oh, that's neat, you know, and it's like, and then
the whole time I was in Hawaii, I didn't see a single Japanese person. None of that touched their mouth. I fucking, as far as I could see.
Of course not. No, never would. Yeah, and so
they were eating actual sushi and shit.
Yes, thank you. And so all such having been articulated, are you keeping track of the soccer season? Just curious. Are you?
Yeah, football. But yeah.
Oh, America beat Australia. I couldn't fucking believe it. America beat Australia.
Dude, what do you mean you couldn't believe it? Australia is notoriously bad at sports. They're drunk. Like, I remember there was like some video going around of when one of those teams came to England, and the Australian fans were literally outside in Speedos, drunk, and they said, and these people came up to interview them, and they said, why aren't you in there watching the game? And they were like, what game? You know, it's just like, why would they fly all the way there just to drink? Like, but they were at the stadium. You know, it didn't make any sense. They're just fucking crazy. Australians, it's a miracle they made it without dying on the way of alcoholism or whatever.
Oh, shit.
You know it's bad when they're drunk for English standards. It's like when it was like noticeably drunk, you know.
Yes.
Even though they were in England, it was still like people were shocked. Like, these guys are fucked up.
Really fucked up.
Really fucked up.
Oh my goodness. By the way, if you're out there, Amy Como, I'll try and catch up with you personally sometime soon. She's sending me this sigils document. I'm almost afraid to open up anything she sends because of the incident that happened last time. Douglas Marks asks the question. He says in chat, hey Doug, did the term cannibalism come from the Bible with Cain and Abel combining the words together? Who thinks like that? It's like, not to make fun of you. It's just like, where does this come from? It's like, did somebody just like, again, no, look, I'm not dissing Douglas
It could be
Marks.
etymological, but it's,
not dissing Douglas Marks here, but I imagine somebody like on a cocktail of narcotics coming up with something like that. Like, I just realized.
Oh God, it's hideous. Oh man, the real truth of the word is awful. It's hideous.
Tell us. Tell us.
Yeah. The word cannibal comes from Christopher Columbus's phonetic misinterpretation of the indigenous Taino word for the Carib people, so the Caribbean people.
Got it.
He said the Carib meant brave or fierce, but he just said they're man-eaters. So there you go.
Yeah, and
probably to justify just slaughtering them.
That's
wholesale.
right. That's right. That's what it comes down to. The son of a bitch. Yeah, and horrible.
Okay, here's the term. Yeah. The English term prior to this was anthropophagy, human eating.
Yes, anthropophagy. Yeah. But actually, anthropophagy is more directly, as I said, eating of thyself. Meaning, if you're eating your own, like chewing your own nails.
Well, anthro is human.
Yes.
So
oh, that's right. It would be autoanthrophagy or autophagy. Yeah. Autophagy would be eating oneself. Autophagy is kid picking their own boogers and swallowing it. Or chewing your own nails and swallowing it. Autophagy. Thank you. So. Anthrophagy means you're eating men, yes. Or woman. You're eating humans. It means you're eating humans. Anthrophagy. Gynophagy would be eating woman, specifically. Anthrophagy means eating men or woman. That's how did we get on this topic?
Because someone had that crackpot theory that it was Cain and Abel put together, which it's not.
Got it.
You know, yes. I don't think that story had anything to do with food.
No, he didn't eat his brother. Thank God. Yeah. He killed him. Probably would have detested him so much he wouldn't eat him, even if he had to.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. Yes. And here, let me give a nice thumbs up to our dear man, Douglas Marks. He handled that well.
Okay, but I think I've had enough. Unless is there anything else you need? Oh, and Keir Starmer's about to quit, by the way. It's like
tell us about this.
Wreck.
Tell us about this.
I mean, this is like breaking news. This is like cutting edge. No, it hasn't even been released yet. It's just the Brits are like, conniving and scheming. So he told someone and they just immediately, fucking called the BBC and told them.
Yeah.
That he's about to quit. He's about to, what is it called? Resign.
Oh my God. He's had enough. Poor son of a bitch.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, it feels like, so.
And from the start, he looked like he just is in that constant state of like about to cry.
Yes.
Like he just looks like he's about to cry all the time.
Yes, he's really stressed.
It's like, what compels these people to do these jobs?
It's
like they must have some kind of sick. It must be some sick like Black Butler kind of contracts because like from Boris Johnson all the way up.
Yeah.
Through Rishi Sunak, it's like none of them seem like they're supposed to be in politics. They're all fucked up.
Well, it's let's put it this way. It's like you said, they are obviously incompetent. They on the face of it, you see they're completely.
But they're like forced into it. Or something.
Yeah, no, it's like yes, that seriously, and they keep at it even though it tears them apart. And yet Trump seems to thrive. Even though he's disintegrating, he seems to thrive on.
Well, it's the only thing keeping him going, just the hatred, rage.
Yeah, the hatred, the rage, the everything negative, and imagine living like that. But in terms of, well, how about some positive things? You look, people count on you as kind of like it's Heather MANAKTALA's birthday, for instance. Perhaps you have something to say to her.
Yeah, it's a solar return. It's on the solstice. That's nice. That's a good start.
Yeah, but it's a birthday eve day. Her birthday's tomorrow. Yeah, so it's not exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, not exactly on the solar.
So it's still. I mean, it's still good. It's still decent.
Yeah, it's nice. And
yeah. Another year around the sun. Yeah, congratulations.
Yes, to think she's made it this far, considering everything that happened to her, and. So how about, aside from that, what about some other spiritual insights? Astrologically, you said the other day, Cancer or something in Cancer was protecting us from a total economic crash. Did I misread that?
Oh, it wasn't economic. It was just
Okay.
Jupiter's in 4th sign.
Okay.
Sign of the crab. So it's exalted. Jupiter exalted is what's creating these different this more peaceful situation where prices were, things have gotten a little easier, even though all the shit's still fucked.
Yeah.
So Jupiter's blessing, all of us in Cancer right now, 4th sign. So.
Well, we need all the help we can get. Look at these images put into text by T. Tank Berry. We were talking about drinking, so he shows a bunch of people who are, I don't know what their colors are, presumably some Celtic background. That football, oh Jesus, they're just drinking out of a keg. They're squirting beer at them out of a keg, and they're just drinking it straight. And
they're probably Australian. They're Australian. Look, they're Australian.
They're Australian.
That's what's wrong with. And you were asking how come they don't win anything. Look at the fucking fans.
Thank you. There we have it. That explains a lot. Now, in terms of the
look at them. They're just drinking on the side of the road. It's like, what are they doing? What exactly? You honk, we drink.
Yes, that's what a way to spend a day. Yes, and here we are. There's T-Tank saying, my retirement plan is total economic collapse. A nice ha-ha for that, but still, it's not too far from what T-Tank has told us.
Pretty much.
He needs that emblazoned on a t-shirt. But when it comes to, what the fuck was I going to say about that? The drinking and
the Australians.
I had something I was going to go to with that, but
then we had the misfortune of knowing the one sober Australian who was horrifying. It was fucking awful. So it's like you can't win with those people. It's like, I mean, I've met some like nice Australians, but they always had some sinister downside or something was wrong with them.
Oh, yes. And this one as well is a good one. He has Homer Simpson here, similar to 2008, worse than 2008. We never said it would crash. Account deleted. Yes.
Well, that's like, all the people keep saying, like, all these, all signs point to yes, there's a big crash coming, but then the markets keep going up because it's all on stilts and it's all fucking false. It's all just being juiced from the back end, and no one wants to admit that it's not real. It's just they think it's, everyone's still in the mentality that the market's not rigged.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yes.
Or they've always known it was rigged, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's still like operating as it used to. It's not. Spoiler alert, it's not.
No, it's completely changing now with the crypto. Everything is changing with the crypto, and they'll pay the price for that. Holly KEIFER has joined us. So welcome aboard, dear Holly. Say hello to everyone, and people care about you as a person.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Hi. I wanted to say to Brendan, it's extra cool, right? Because Mercury's up in there with Jupiter.
Yeah, Venus.
In the
Mercury,
crab.
And Jupiter, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, but Venus is above. They're right together in Cancer.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. Gives it a little bit of an electricity feel,
Definitely.
Fleet-footed Mercury running through.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely a rare. Yeah, it's very rare and really, it's quite benevolent in my opinion.
Good. Good. Yes.
Jupiter exalted. It's like this is the last chance we're gonna get for like 12 years.
Jeez.
The next 12 years is gonna be rough. Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
man.
Thanks.
Guess it's a lifeline.
Yeah.
The fight ain't over.
It's the final. Yeah, it's the final one. For sure.
We have to go on. Who said in Lord of the Rings, we fight the long fight, we know we will lose?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing, but I love that quote.
Probably Gandalf.
Yeah, but they won in the end, did they not?
Yes and no. Remember, in the end, the hobbits come back to a destroyed Shire.
Okay.
Yeah, in the books.
Wiped out. Yeah. Did they leave that out of the movie? That would be unforgivable.
Of course.
Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable.
Yeah, they also left out Tom Bombadil. I mean, they couldn't have adapted all of it. It was like just too much.
Yeah, but his greatest sin, Gandalf was not pulled by the boar at the Balrog into the abyss. He leapt. He jumped to meet it. And when Jackson left that out, man, I cursed him. That's not right.
Well, there you go. Thank you. So in the book,
That's a
it's a
sin.
supreme act of self-sacrifice.
Well, and
Yeah.
courage.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. A fearlessness.
Well,
Okay.
the lore covers that. It's like they were both like Maiar. They're like angelic entities. They're like no one else could have survived the Balrog. You know, it's just
Nobody.
But no one knew that. Like no one. It was like, you know.
No. And
like,
this man.
maybe
creature.
the elves knew. Like maybe Legolas knew, or like one of the elves and Aragorn. But everyone else was like, oh shit, you know, he's dead. He's toast.
And to destroy that scene like that is one of the central whole meanings of the book, you know. Those books taught me how to be a better person.
Well, remember that the entire purpose of making the film is an act in satanic inversion on the part
I believe it,
of
man.
Peter Jackson. Everything.
When I see stuff like
Yeah.
that,
Oh
yeah.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Christopher Tolkien, the person that was responsible for all of the, you know, the posthumous works of his father.
Yeah.
The son.
He hated the films. He said, I never wanted the rights for, you know, they basically did pull the fast one on him, and they said they wanted publishing rights, and then, you know, all of a sudden it was a film. So he got like double crossed. Yeah.
He got screwed. Ooh,
and he said he
so
never
evil.
watched them his whole life till he died. He said, I never watched them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why even now they can't get the rights to the Silmarillion, because he has like all the lawyers are prepaid. It's like it's ironclad. Like they cannot touch like any of the content. Yeah.
That's amazing. And they probably kicked the shit out of New Zealand or wherever it was too, filming. Didn't they have horses dying and shit?
Of course.
Well, yeah, they just but those are the Brits. They had to. And Peter Jackson's obviously not. Come on, that guy. It's just his backstory is so sus. It's kind of like
I have no idea.
What's the guy from around here?
Oh,
Star
well,
Wars.
he started
Star
with
Wars guy?
George Lucas. Yeah, but Peter
Lucas.
Jackson, he started with straight out gore porn. That's what he started with.
I knew that.
Yeah, but go on. Yeah, what else?
But then how does he get all that funding? I mean, that movie cost millions, multi-millions.
Of course.
Oh, berserk money.
Yeah, these people, they always come out of nowhere, and they always say the same thing. It's always like, oh, they started off by just, you know, picking up a camera, doing some, you know, stuff, and
they're so talented.
yeah, and no, it's when
and they got the best talent in the whole world just off of what, his looks.
Yeah, certainly not their looks. They're hideous. But when it came to George Lucas, for instance, I know more about him than Peter Jackson. But with George Lucas, obviously there was something going on there, some kind of contract, a satanic contract from the very beginning.
Well, yeah, Lucas was for sure, because he was originally the one who filmed Woodstock.
Yes.
And for some reason that gets forgotten, you know.
Yes. No one speaks of that. It's really weird. Yeah. But when he was doing his high school project and just said, oh, this is my high school film project, and he gets Donald Pleasance and all this total access to the BART stations, but, you know, the BART system before it opens to film underground, THX 1138. It's like, seriously, how did he swing
Did
that?
His dad own diamond mines or something?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense otherwise. It's seriously.
You gotta come
they're
from
all
money.
part of bloodlines. They're part of, it's beyond money. It's like they're like part of these secret bloodlines and shit. Because there's no normal person can do that, even with millions of dollars.
Yeah, seriously, true. That's true.
Yeah.
Even
breeding matters. Yeah.
Even with all the money in the world, you couldn't talk them into, oh, give me the access to the entire BART system before it opens.
Right.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, his backstory is totally fake. His father owned a stationery store. I mean, come on.
Oh,
really?
Yeah. Well, he may well have owned a stationery store amongst all
born in Modesto, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So he was born in the Central Valley.
Of course.
Yeah. Bunch of farmers back then.
Well, probably E. Clampus Vitus or one of those secret societies, no doubt. And, so how?
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of these people joined later, but still, it's sus.
Yes. No, like you said, it was a bloodline thing. It had to be a bloodline thing. As you said, money alone doesn't
Jackson.
Doesn't do that. Jackson, what
Oh,
else about his backstory?
he was British heritage. There you go. That's the secret little twist that they leave out.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, procurer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
because that explains how he was able to get those studios in London, like just fresh out of college.
There we are.
Like that's not normal.
Thank you. Yeah, and
certainly based on the quality of his resulting film work.
Yes.
Fuck's sake.
Yes.
Fucking up the Lord of the Rings so bad.
Yes, it's horrible. Yes, it was
unforgivable.
And to think the shit he threw in his filler, that was shit that he threw in as just filler. That was just not even
total just swag, lame shit.
Yes, thank you.
Like Gandalf's cane getting blown up in the third film. Like people still think that's like the worst part of all the films.
Yeah.
Like they had to juice up the Witch King, it's like because they love, the dark side so much. They had to give him something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like so stupid. Yeah.
Yes. So so that having been articulated, how are you doing, Holly?
Good enough. Good enough.
Okay. Yes.
It's just going on.
Yeah.
And dodging the emotional bullets in the headlines.
Well,
I'm fine as long as we don't have to talk about the reflecting pool.
I already kind of alluded to that. Tell him, Brendan. Tell him about the reflecting pool.
Oh no, it's worse than you think. That they're scraping out dead baby ducks now. By the way.
Oh, poison.
There's like ducks are flying in there and just dying from all the chems.
Yes.
Oh, is there citizen video of this?
Yeah.
Because that's the only way we're gonna get it.
Yeah, it's all over YouTube now.
Yeah.
And the guy's saying, I don't know how this duck died, but it looks bad. It was all like bloated and just instantly fucking died.
Oh God. So they must
because they're trying to like cover up all the shit, all the fucking up bad quality work they did. So they're just pouring like acid into it.
Oh.
And they're so ignorant. They don't realize that was supposed to be a pool, where birds come.
Yes.
And they don't fucking know that because they're like, they think it's a pool. They're a pool company. Yes. It's a pool company, so they think it's like a backyard pool and you have a cover on it.
An LA pool, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same. Not the fucking same.
Oh, fucking.
And then the paint's peeling and it's the algal blooms off the fucking charts. Yeah, it was beyond a flop.
But tell them about how the Olympic athlete bicyclist going by gets off his bike and bends over and touches the water and a scrap of floating paint, and these army guys run up and arrest him, drag him away.
No way.
That's what I said. They're going to start arresting people.
Yeah, Doug was joking about that.
Vandalism.
It's vandalism, and they've made more arrests since I understand.
Vandalism?
We won't know unless there's citizen video.
Well, that's what Trump claims it all is. I told you, Brendan. Trump was going to claim it's all vandalism. That's what he's claiming. He says it's all vandalism.
He has declared that. And it's all left-wing, Democrat, crazy, radical vandalism.
Like they're putting dead ducks in there now. It's like,
that's
crazy.
His claim. Yes. That's like Murdoch. You remember Murdoch claimed that it was environmentalists who set all the fires in Australia. That was and everybody just
I mean this is like double speak, but you don't have to believe
and one more,
but everyone believes it.
They just eat it right up. The media gods have said so. It must be true.
I knew it. I knew it.
And
so evil libs.
Yes. So what's that, Holly?
My best friend on Facebook is a wonderful site called Manhole Covers of the World. Okay. And so they had a post of a manhole and a pipe with green water gushing out of it that was draining the pool into the DC sewer system.
Jesus. Okay.
The poison water.
Uh-huh.
Into the nearest ocean.
Okay. Damn, that's horrible.
So it just keeps getting worse, and the arrests are piling up.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is that, well, hopefully there's hundreds of arrests involved and people rebel. You know, that's
they got full battle rattle combat, like they've just come in from the desert or something.
You mean
buff colored?
Yeah, you mean the guard, so to speak, the army.
It's
that's
not even DC cops. Yeah, full battle rattle, all packed up.
I like that term.
to chase little kids away and arrest adults. Unless you're brown, then they'll fucking drag your ass right out of there.
And send
They'll
you to
throw
a
you in the
camp.
pool. They'll throw you in the pool.
No,
Hold
they'll
you
send
under.
to a camp. They'll send you to a camp. The last thing they need is another bloated body in the pool.
So there you did. You had to go and talk about it.
Oh
I'm a mess.
Well, that's heinously funny.
I still think my idea is better. It's just
Yeah, it's
make it
funny.
a garden. Make it a fucking garden.
Yeah,
Just fill it with dirt.
Well,
Yeah, it's creepy to begin with.
Yeah.
Although I like it's cool, but it's not
Well,
sustainable.
the original purpose was good, but it would have cost like $1 billion to renovate, but
Yeah,
which we have, but it's all getting stolen. Or something.
And we can't even have a rose garden anymore. For fuck's sake.
Yes. Oh my God.
Rip that all out.
The irony is that they're going to have to spend $1 billion to renovate it after Trump's gone, simply because it's such a mess now. It's such a toxic, mess now. They'll have to either turn it into a landfill, which they're not going to do, or basically renovate it all over again. So
I'm thinking he'll flush it all out into the ocean and tarp it. Just tarp it.
If
the
we're
world's
lucky.
biggest tarp.
Yeah, if we're lucky.
Stake down.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it'll just be a busted up swimming pool.
Yes, seriously.
With weeds in the cracks and shit.
Yeah,
he'll tarp it.
It's fascinating as a kind of ecological experiment, just to see what kind of algal bloom, what kind of ecosystem would develop in that. Because it's so it's kind of
out. The black mold. Imagine
it's fitting.
He like stalactites of it.
Yes, it's fitting. It's fitting. Yeah, and
it is a swamp there.
Yeah, so that's right. So we've got. By the way, I need to look back at all of the links sent by Brendan.
Well, don't read that latest one.
Oh, don't read the latest one.
It could get us off track.
Okay.
It's some entertainment for later.
Yeah. Says that page isn't redirecting properly, so I'll have to turn off the VPN anyway.
They scrubbed it.
Yeah. Oh no, it's probably because of the VPN. When I turn, I'll turn off the VPN later or pause it to take a look at that one. Which is strange because the VPN has changed now from Japan. So that's you would think that through Panama.
To an unnamed country.
Yeah. Well, you might as well say it. It's no big deal. You'd think I'd reach anything through Panama, but apparently that's not the case. Either that or they might have just scrubbed it, like you said, which is possible. Now, so what I'm going to do is invite both of you to just certainly interject whenever you wish. I'm going to go back into geopolitics for tonight.
I'm gonna carry on.
Well, we love you dearly. You've got a new biorhythm you're trying to set up now that you're on the run.
Well, you don't have to explain it, but yeah. And it has nothing to do with anything given to me by any of these people.
Well, don't be afraid to jump back on anytime you feel driven to interject something. Isn't there, like, Berserk? The guy who produced Berserk is dead, but aren't they, like, trying to start a new reboot of Berserk?
Yeah, Nomura has been dead, but I don't know who's doing. Someone's drawing it.
Okay.
Let me check. I can see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, because that's intriguing to me.
Let's see. But Berserk, I mean, they had like anti-gods in there and shit. I don't know how come.
Yeah, Berserk was dark. That was like it was exposing a universe in which the Edomites had conquered, essentially. And,
and it shows like how they really operate. The real guys, the real dudes. Yeah. The God hand and shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Who is the manga.
Was that in print or animated?
Both.
Both.
Both. Okay. Which was first?
Oh, manga always
Print?
comes
Manga's
first, generally
almost
speaking.
always first. Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking.
No, but I mean in print or
Yeah, manga.
Yeah,
first.
so Kentaro Miura, who was the original mangaka, passed away. But his lifelong best friend and fellow mangaka, so his significant other, Koji Mori, handled handled the rest of it. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, fascinating. And
says he guides the narrative based upon the notes and conversations he had with Miura.
Right.
So
and maintain the quality.
I mean, there was some, like, the latest thing that came out was like it didn't really change the plot, but it gave some like backstory that, like, it's very decisive. Yeah. Or not decisive. What is it called? Divisive.
Divisive.
So some people don't like it. Yeah. Some people don't like it, but then it explains why Guts is, like, not exactly human and stuff like that. But yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I definitely appreciate that, Brendan. And so just to explain to Holly, in print and manga would mean it's in print, and things usually in Japan start.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah. Then they go into an animation.
Yeah. Unless they go straight to anime.
There's some things.
Well, it's basically that there's no way, because the manga is a storyboard.
Yes.
So there's no way to skip that step, you know.
Got it.
It's just whether they release it to the public or not. But some of them become like their own comics, where they're actually serialized. So that's different.
Yes.
But they all start as manga, like pretty much.
Yeah. Very few
paneling, storyboarding.
Very few exceptions to the order of that happening. But I think Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam, was an example where they the man simply wanted to produce an anime, but like Brendan says, storyboard is necessary for that, so the storyboard could later on be the storyboard could
doesn't
later on
mean
be
it'll
released.
be published.
Though it could be later.
It could be.
Well, I mean,
if
during
it's a hit, people will want to buy it.
During that heyday, there was like the 80s into the early 90s. You remember those? Those were all hand-drawn films. So those ones probably were drawn first, like, because that was like, you know, there was something special about that era of Japanese, workmanship, craftsmanship.
Jesus.
Like, you'll know it when you see it, you know, like Vampire Hunter D and these, where all those backdrops were all like basically paintings. Like each one was Akira. Like there's a video going around showing like the process of what it took to do like one panel of Akira, and these people are like doing like a dot for each window by hand with physically painting them in. So it
was an art
like
then.
A different different dimensions.
Yes.
I mean, they're still talented, but those were like a different
level,
you know, era.
Yes. They were still dedicated to the hard labor. That was they still had the hard labor mentality that you have to, you know, work, and
the craftsmanship.
If it's not hard work, it ain't shit. So thank you, Brendan. Anyhow, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And all of that being said, he has his share of suffering because of myself, and we have to acknowledge that.
Share of suffering, nothing but. And it never ends. It never ends.
I do so enjoy
I'm laundering the contract.
Well, get yourself some much earned rest, and we'll be speaking again soon enough, and obviously very likely tomorrow. And here we are. Let's take a look at the image that is being
Good night, Brendan.
There we are, trap card. Let's take a look at this card. When your opponent declares an attack, there you are. There you go.
Yeah, this is notoriously like the worst card ever created.
Interesting.
Compensation mediation.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's an anime only card that's like only used in a specific context, but like it's notoriously like no one would ever play that even if it was real. It's just but it shows the it shows the situation. It's like
Cool.
Yeah, it's like
that's...
me and T-Tank dealing with a demon, basically.
Delightful. Okay, so that having been articulated, I'm going to dive into it again, but by all means interject whenever you feel like it. Jump back on if you happen to take off. We believe that Brendan's taking off for now. Going to try and adapt his body to a new biorhythm, and all of that takes time. With that, of course, we invite...
the century egg looks like chocolate.
Oh, believe me, it don't taste like chocolate.
Try it.
It don't taste like chocolate.
You'll be disappointed.
Think of it as...
I saw shit in Thailand. You can't shock me.
Yes.
But it looked like a Cadbury for a minute, which I thought was funny.
God. Yeah, Cadbury egg. Like a Cadbury egg.
Yes.
Oh, God, that's funny. That would be such a horrible trick to play on somebody, handing them a century egg instead of a Cadbury, cover it in chocolate or something, just to...
Like, unwrapping that shit.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes. Oh, my God.
Oh,
yeah, but people do cultivate a taste for it, and it's like cheese, like I said, like the texture it turns into, and but it's supposed to be a great digestive aid, for what that's worth.
Whenever you have a chance, go back through. Yeah. Wait, what was that?
Unlike balloons. Oh, you mean go back through your links that you sent?
Oh, balloon. Yeah, no, no, that ain't no cultivated taste.
Yeah,
that's fucking
that's
nightmare shit.
It's no digestive aid. That's no digestive aid.
No.
What did you say that was?
Tell her what balloons are. Jesus.
I don't want to talk about it. He has a picture. Go look at the picture where they're taunting the chicken with it.
It's in the text box. You'll see the...
I'm catching up.
Just look up balloon. It's horrendous. It's horrendous.
Yes. Yeah, just what it is. It's a Filipino cuisine where like literally they make
cuisine.
Yeah.
I don't see any chicken.
It's a chicken fetus, really. It's like it's came out of the egg.
I've seen those.
Yes. Yeah, they and they.
Oh, that's what the young girl's eating. That again looks.
No. She's. Oh, yes, that's right.
Thing.
Right. She's got the. This one young girl's looking at it. Doesn't mean she's gonna eat it. The guy above her. Yeah.
Got it in her hand, and there's a bunch of bites out of it.
Well, that's I think the century egg. I think that's the century egg, actually.
All right.
Yeah, let me take a look. I'll scroll up and see. But you are able to scroll up, so that's good. And so you're able to find that stuff. Keep scrolling up.
I don't know what those
when you have a chance, just review that.
Are.
By the way.
You mean
what are those weird green blobs? Are they eggs?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's mineralized.
Oh, Lord.
That's a century egg. That's what they call the 1,000-year-old egg. After heavy mineralization, they mineralize that, and that's what it turns into. It's extraordinarily
like jade treasure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Really? Because the mineral content is so high. Well, it's supposed to be great for digestion. Have you tried one, Brendan?
Yeah.
Have you tried one?
Yeah, it's like pickled in sulfur. Yeah, it's good.
Oh.
Cool.
You just need a little bit though. It's not like you eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
A
meal.
It's like a condiment. It's like a condiment. It's not. I don't think it's meant to be just munched on.
Yeah. So
got it.
So
like a sacrament.
So you mean you would keep it in the ice box once it's broken open and kind of just
like
nibble on it? Yeah, well, icebox.
Right? 1,000 years old someplace.
No, it goes with something, some kind of dish.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, you guys can look it up. It's some kind of something that goes with that.
Interesting. I was under the impression that people developed such a taste for it that they would eat like one a day because they said it was great for maintaining health.
Yeah, those are like the old grannies and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, where you can't have. There's no 1,000-year eggs like available, right? Wouldn't it be
it's
a
just
highly
a figure
coveted...
of speech? It's just a Chinese figure of speech.
How long does it take then? A year?
No, a month.
It's just like a pickle. It's just like a pickle.
It's like a pickle. Takes.
It only takes a month. Okay.
Yeah, to make it. But they call them century eggs or the like. But You used to be able to find them in Chinatown easily. Now you'd have to look for them. Of course, you'd have to.
I thought century eggs actually were real, though. Was
Uh,
that always
It's
just a
like it's
fable?
like Chinese with tea. It's like
Yeah.
they have places where you can get old ones, but no one can afford that shit. It's like
yes.
Well, that's what I'm
it's
thinking.
like
Yes.
you
That's
can
like
buy
beyond royal
tea from the
delicacy.
1500s, but it's like $100,000 for a cake. It's like
Yeah.
Well, that's what I
yeah,
mean. It was
the
a
Chinese are
royal,
very about that like aging stuff process.
but there
Yes.
is such a thing,
Yes.
and it's
Yeah.
only for some echelon of society,
Yes. Yes.
not
Yes,
the
that's right.
common man. But I just want to know there is actual
Yeah. Well, I
100-year
mean,
Yeah,
but
unfortunately.
yeah, but mostly what you're talking about would be the realm of archaeologists and anthropologists, where they would find them in tombs.
Yeah, like stuff like
Okay.
that.
Yeah, and
It's like,
then
when they dug
yeah,
up the Egyptian honey and shit,
yeah,
and someone ate it, some idiot ate it, and it was
hmm
fine, yeah.
yeah, and also
But otherwise, it's used like 7 Buddha vegetables in the Chinese restaurant.
you mean well,
No, it's
cer-
like folk medicine. It's like
yeah,
home,
thank
yeah.
you.
No, but I
What's your
mean in terms
fascination
of
with it?
it has nothing to do with 100 years.
No, it's not. These are literally not
Yeah,
a century old or 1,000 years old.
It's a
Generally
figure of
that's what I'm getting
speech. It's
yeah,
like a Chinese figure of speech.
Chinese figure
and they
speech.
also
Yeah.
exist, but
Yes,
no
yes.
longer.
Well,
Okay,
they also
okay.
exist, but
Or
not
yeah.
in any
No, you can
normal.
find
Yeah,
aged ones. Let me see. Here, I'll show
yeah.
you.
But
Aged, real aged
Sorry,
ones.
yeah.
I don't know. I didn't mean to fixate,
No.
but
It's also to explain to you when a tomb is raided.
Typically
Or
for a few weeks to a few months.
yeah,
got it.
yeah,
Thank you
So that's, yeah.
for the
yeah,
modern
They're
day
an
version.
appetizer
yeah,
for congee,
yeah.
rice porridge.
Hmm
So this is like old people shit that like
Yeah.
helps them
Oh
be
yeah.
regular and shit
Yeah.
like that.
Before McDonald's.
But you see, this would be like their input of minerals to an otherwise bland rice diet. See, with
Right.
I
Japanese, it would
feel you.
simply
Yeah, I
be
hear you.
like pickled. It would be pickled daikon. It would be like a pickled
Yeah.
turnip for the Japanese.
Fermentation.
Yeah, for the Japanese Zen monk living off of almost nothing but rice. That pickled
Yeah.
daikon, that pickled like little turnip,
Flavor.
would add the flavor to their life. So
Could
the
they get
old
salt?
Chinese, yeah, it's got salt in it because it's pickled. And
What
No,
same
the
could
with
they
these
fuck
get
eggs.
salt?
question is that?
So these
Salt?
eggs, these eggs would be like
It's a
they're all
big
salty.
thing.
Yeah, the pickle, yeah, and
Like you need salt to survive.
yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
yeah, you need salt to survive. Yeah, it adds to the survival.
Well,
Salt.
yeah, but it wasn't in the common. Back in the, it wasn't necessarily common, or maybe that was just
Well, I
early
mean, it has that
you know.
salty taste because it's pickled. Yes, but I always,
Yeah,
but in terms of salt was known in China. Yeah, and and so the
okay,
century eggs would be the equivalent of their pickled daikon for a lot of these people, where they're
got it.
mostly
Yeah,
rice.
you just put it with a basic like oat. It's like eating oatmeal, and then you put like a little condiment with it,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I
just
get
like
it.
that.
Yeah, like
yeah,
So like the
chutney.
old
Yeah,
person can
yeah,
digest properly and
yeah,
get their
sure,
minerals.
yeah, and get
sure.
their minerals. Yeah,
It's
so
not as cool as it sounds. It's just a Chinese idiom.
yeah.
They say stuff
Yeah,
like that. Like
Yeah, but
that's
nevertheless, such having been qualified when tombs are raided back in the old days before there was government control, that shit would go on the black market. We found 1,000-year-old
oh
eggs
boy,
in the tomb, and then
oh
that would go
boy,
on the market for the
yeah,
wealthy who would say, "That's
oh
medicinal. I want
God.
that powerful
yeah.
1,000-year-old egg
Yeah,
from that
No,
I
tomb."
want that
I've
dude's
literally
egg.
seen some documentaries where they had them from like
Oh,
maybe not too long ago, like 100 years, like
yeah,
Ming or
No
Qing.
shit.
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah,
but these are like no normal person would buy them. This is like
yeah,
No, that's
this,
I
yeah.
assume.
yeah. Of
Because
course
they're
not.
not, I don't know that they're making more of them in time for anybody with money today to buy them.
No, it's just something that you
This has
dig up
got to
by
be a
chance. It's like
dwindling,
Yeah.
yeah,
a
it's
dwindling
not.
market.
Oh, it's not a dwindling market because, plenty of people can make them in weeks or months, but, it's just not,
Right, but for
aged
the
yet.
real thing, for the real
It's like
dope.
those people that find rum bottles in
Yeah.
shipwrecks. It's like
Yes.
you
Yes,
could drink it, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's more of like a talking point or something.
Yes.
yeah.
Thank
You put
you.
it in a
The
glass case or
status.
something. Yeah,
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, but in a glass case.
Thank
yeah.
you.
You
Like
don't
you can
eat
say
it.
this is real
You
pirate's
don't eat that
rum.
shit.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
That's right. Thank you.
Oh
Thank you.
man.
Good comparison. Good comparison. Okay, so there we are. A little education in the
Yeah.
culinary arts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the last thing before I go, just when you have a chance, review Errol Musk, his new clip that just dropped. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
People are cross-examining him and saying, "Why'd you date your daughter?" And he says, "A woman's a woman."
Elon Musk? Elon?
Errol, his dad.
Oh, it's father, Errol Musk. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he says, "Why are you dating your daughter?" And he says, "She was old enough. A woman's a woman." And indigenous cultures, the age of consent is 12. And they say, "Are you saying that's okay?" And he says, "I'm not saying it's not okay." And it's like, he's just blatantly defending his position, like, with no remorse. He's just chilling. He's just going off. He's fucking.
Yeah, well, when you're rich,
it becomes funny. It becomes like, it's actually comical listening to him.
Yeah, I'll definitely look for that. That's in the link.
He said we got on very well.
Yeah, I bet they did.
I was 70 and she was 30.
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, it's only 40 years."
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And he said, "She called me, she needed me. So she sat there and showed me, that he's basically saying she showed me the sonogram that the baby was in there and shit."
Oh no.
So he just pump and dumped, and then she called him back. It's like, and he's just saying this like it's just casual. Just casual.
Oh man.
The rich are different from us. The rich are different from us.
And he says, "You're not nervous?" The guy's asking him, "You're not nervous? It's the baby with your daughter?" And he's like, "She remarried," meaning his ex-wife.
Yeah.
And then the guy's like, "What does that have to do with anything?" And he says, "She got over it, so I just married her daughter." And then he said, "No one's going to her saying, 'Why are you with another man?' So why are you guys coming back to me?"
Oh boy.
Oh.
How old is she?
30. He was so when it happened, he was 70 and she was 30. But he had grown. He had lived with her mother. She had she had lived with him,
right,
while the mother was married to him from a young age. So it was like his daughter, his functional daughter.
Yeah.
Then the mother remarries, and then she comes back to him and says, "I have your kid," and shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's just sitting there saying, "Yeah, it's no problem. It's not a big deal."
Oh man, we're all adults here.
He said that's literally what he said. He said, "We're all adults and the mother's remarried." And he said, "It's not strange. One woman."
It's like he cloned her mother.
This is his line. The guys start cracking up. He says, "One woman's another woman." Basically, they're all the same. It's all the same.
Well, Elon certainly feels that way.
Yeah, they're all interchangeable
parts.
That's where he got it from. That's where he got it from.
Yeah, clearly.
And he says, he says 2/3 of the world's age of consent's 12. And then the guy that's interviewing says, that's wrong. It's objectively wrong. And he says, "You might think so."
Ooh.
It's
not in my world, buddy.
And then he says, "You wouldn't take a woman secondhand." He literally says this on live, just on record. He says, "You wouldn't take a woman secondhand." Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. So this is in the links you've sent me over the weekend.
You'll see it.
Man. So I'll scroll up. I'll get to it eventually. Yeah.
But it just becomes a comedy. These guys make a comedy routine. So I'm not laughing because I think it's funny. It's the guys make a comedy routine of it.
Yeah.
Was the ex-wife? Was the ex-wife May?
You mean the name?
Do you know?
No, it wasn't Elon's mother. No, it wasn't Elon's mother. It was another one.
Okay.
These people have, once you have money, you can just buy people. Like, it's
yeah.
That's why he's talking like that. They're not like, to him, it's just some lady, and her daughter was just there.
To
and then
him,
he fucked the daughter.
Well, that's the thing.
Go on.
One of the wives, he married twice.
Yeah.
They were together and had kids, broke up. But then May got in there.
Yeah.
And
then after her, I guess he cycled back around to his first love.
Just a serial offender. I don't think he stopped. I don't think he ever stopped.
No, God knows what he does.
I'll send it to you. Should I put it in the chat so you can watch it, Holly? You'll think it's
okay.
In the chat.
Okay, I'm game.
Yeah, because first off, they think like they're keeping the money in family, and so they actually prefer it like that.
And the bloodline.
Yeah, and they keep the bloodline cycling in to itself. Now remember that, what's his name again? That guy with a really bland name who does all of the measurements of his health. Who is that guy again?
Brian Johnson.
I can't remember his name ever.
Brian Johnson. Yeah, Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Brian Johnson, he like took that to the next level with parabiosis when his entire family was exchanging blood with each other quite literally, and they were doing
Got it.
transfusions. So I mean, at that point, they're not just
All over the
keeping it in the
place. Yeah.
family, but remember, they were only doing that among the men. So it was
Yeah.
only the
Yes.
men exchanging blood with each other, as opposed to it took it to a homoerotic level, as opposed to this other guy is maintaining it on an incestuous heterosexual level, but it becomes.
But that's almost seems like it could fuck up your sperm or something.
I don't know about fucking up your sperm.
Not according to him. He tests it
Yeah.
every day. He said it's
yeah.
it's
Or
good.
like he'll have genetic anomalies in it or something. I don't know.
Wait, Holly, are you talking about Brian Johnson or the
Brian
Elon
Johnson.
Musk? Oh, well,
Brian Johnson.
I let's
I
put it
don't
this way.
know.
I don't know. Ask
Brian
Doug's an expert on
Johnson
this.
would be fucking up his sperm more by the electrocution of his testicles and penis. Tell them
For
about
God's
that.
sake.
Tell him about that, Brendan. He's all like,
And how many kids does he have?
I don't think he has many.
The
but
only one that
any?
he's revealed. Yeah,
Okay.
one.
that he's
That's
Okay,
revealed.
one.
That he's revealed
Yeah.
at least, but maybe he's only had one because he can't get it up because he electrocuted his penis so bad he burned it.
Y'all.
I mean, that's a known fact because he was bitching about it. It was like, oh, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
He was trying to keep his penis stimulated in this incredibly archaic sense. In the old days, men used to see this in Sears Roebuck. Sears Roebuck catalogs
Right.
used to buy electric
Right.
belts.
Electrostimulation.
Yeah, electro belts where men would stimulate their penis, and supposedly that would make them bigger and stronger, like it was Frankenstein's monster or something. And,
Exercise.
in terms of himself, he was operating on that superstition and just like applied electrical implements to his penis and wound up burning it, and through repeated shocks.
Wow.
So
yeah, you'd think he'd learn the first time.
He's out of his mind.
He kept doing it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're all out of their mind in different ways, and they're all like the problem is when you're in that isolated an environment and no one's willing to tell you no, and if you pay for something, people will do anything to you, whatever you pay for. It just becomes horrible.
He claims it's working. He claims he's
Brian
good.
Johnson?
Yeah.
What's he saying now?
Yeah.
What's he saying? He's saying,
he said he's at
Sleep
the
is the only
pinnacle of
thing that
health.
really matters.
Yeah, he does say
That's
that.
the last thing I heard. Yeah. All this, just sleep enough.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious.
Well,
in so many ways.
Yeah. Well, I've always argued sleep is paramount. I mean, the one thing I do know for a fact is the overwhelming majority of humanity lacks sleep. I mean, they suffer from sleep deprivation. Terrible.
Yeah. And so that's why it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking
we gotta
of
work,
sleep deprivation, I gotta
dude.
go.
Yes. Oh, that's right. So, all right, Brendan.
Blessings.
Yes.
Many blessings.
Thank you. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay, so that's dear Brendan.
Good night, Brendan.
Good night, Bren. And so Holly, dear Kiefer, feel free to just interject whenever you wish.
Okay. I want to ride the wave.
Excellent. Thank you. And just
of human information.
There we are. That's adorable. Here's an image sent from Brendan. Good. Excellent. The enjoyment of tea, the imbibing of tea, yes, and of course the character based on myself, one of many, so you can see that in the text box. There we are. And so all such having been qualified concerning Iran earlier, and America and Israel, Iran's Pyrrhic victory is but a loser's victory. As I said, Iran's extraordinarily happy. They feel they're riding on top of it all. They're on top of the world. They've got control of the situation. They've still fucking lost. So again, all such having been qualified, Iran's Pyrrhic victory, it's but a loser's victory. And I'll explain why. This is not doing them, or it'll be very hard to make this do them any good. After years of negotiations, 12 wars, a succession of ruthlessly quashed uprisings in Iran, and countless billions of dollars worth of ordnance smashing into rubble across the region, we have the bones of an agreement. Not a deal, it must be emphasized. Instead, simply an understanding that manages to both speak volumes and yet say very little in any way of concrete details. Who won, you might ask? Surely Iran. And I couldn't blame you for drawing that conclusion. The United States of America, after all, has never achieved a single one of its stated aims or objectives of this conflict that it precipitated. The regime still stands, missile stockpiles still exist, the proxies still fight, and Khamenei rules over the people of Iran. Tehran has gained some mighty financial concessions from the American empire. Clause 9 of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, clearly states that Iran's nuclear program will maintain the status quo. It est still be able to enrich uranium and maintain centrifuges, and ergo expand its, development of nuclear weaponry to point of threat projection. Gone is the Trumpian red line of zero enrichment. Likewise, Iran will, subject to compliance, receive a $300 billion United States dollar reconstruction fund, double what the Marshall Plan would be worth in today's money, paid for from regional pockets. The Gulf states, which Iran has just so recently terrorized, whose economies it has sought to destroy. Those very same pockets that have taken such a hammering, both literally and economically, since Iran decided to close the Strait of Hormuz, a concession which must be a bitter pill to swallow across the Gulf and in Tel Aviv-Yafo. Let's not forget, one of the main reasons for Trump pulling out of the JCPOA, the acronym was such that it was originally the acronym for the Jewish Committee, which was responsible for it coming into existence, the Jewish Council of Public Affairs. When you add the O in, they help to force the Americans into, forcing the Iranians into a deal where the Iranians were highly monitored in what they produced, known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. It was such a acronym, so awkward and unwieldy that people simply called it the Iran nuclear deal. And of course, one of the main reasons for Trump pulling out of the JCPOA in 2018 was due to significant pressure from the Gulf powers, alarmed at how Iran was spending its new sanctions-free income on proxies, meaning terrorist networks, to attack everyone from all angles, and generally expanding its ideological and physical influence in region. Expanding by state of mind, converting.
I thought it was just because Obama did it.
Actually, that would be a personal comorbidity.
This is a whole new level.
Yes.
This is a whole new level.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that would be a personal comorbidity, but believe me,
which I wouldn't put past him for a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm listening.
For a minute. Not for a minute. But believe me, there was a whole.
I do.
Yeah. If he had not had that, it wouldn't matter.
Excuse.
Because,
Okay.
It's basically he would say that, but the truth was, remember, he was bowing to the Prince of the House of Saud and all the rest of that. So.
Holding hands and the glowing globe.
Yes, Palantir. Yes, the whole bit. Yes, they had it all. Anyhow, so
pre-seen by The Simpsons. Anyway, carry on. I believe you.
So have no sympathy for the Gulf states. They did bring this on themselves. They didn't know how good they had it. And regardless, now they're being asked to pay enormous, astronomical sums of money into rebuilding the economy of their blood enemy. Similarly, the Strait of Hormuz, once closed, can always be closed again. A reality that gives Iran the sort of latent leverage that a nuclear bomb might once have provided, but at a fraction of the cost and sans any of the aggravation. And
that's the thing you've always taught.
Thank you.
You know you lost the war when you're doing all the reparations.
Thank you.
It ain't the goodness of their heart, people.
Thank you.
It's not human generosity, no.
Thank you. Thank you. But as
always
I said,
taught.
Yes, what kind of victory will Iran have? Because, dig a little deeper, the truth is more complicated than everything I've just articulated. For despite the Islamic Republic's apparent ascendancy, both in its ability to shape a global narrative which pits them as the plucky underdogs, but also in its ability to survive months of bombardment, Tehran has repeatedly returned to the negotiating table. What has driven this desire to negotiate again and again with those who have proven themselves perfidious beyond all treachery, in both the Jewish and American camps, has been the economic imperative. Or, put simply, a currency in freefall, an economy utterly decimated by the very internet shutdown instilled by the regime that has crippled Iran's highly significant e-commerce sector, and rampant inflation, hyperinflation, that has put even the most basic foodstuffs beyond the reach of ordinary Iranians. Iran may well feel entitled to claim this MOU as a great victory, and so they should. But the clearer-eyed strategists in the Islamic Republic, and there are many of them, are aware of the scale of the challenge ahead. The regime knows that staying in power is not simple, nor is managing their victory in such a way that gives the Iranian people a measure of economic relief and skates over the horrors of January's auto-Holocaustic massacre and the incessant drumbeat of executions of political prisoners. Overcoming these problems will take time and money and is by no means a sure thing. The Islamic Republic of today is fundamentally different to the Islamic Republic that ushered in 2026. January saw the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, and the Basij kill thousands upon thousands of Iranians in the name of staying in power. The war has simply cemented the power of these same irredeemable criminals. An Islamic Republic, shorn of its supreme leader, the Ali Khamenei, is more akin to a military-dominated rogue nuclear terror state in the model of Pakistan. Mojtaba's whereabouts are simply unknown. You could say that the Islamic Republic has undergone a coup d'etat, a stroke of state of sorts, and not everyone is pleased. So, input from Brendan ЗОГHET here. Are you meaning to say Islamic, as in lame? Yeah. Well, it's a lame duck now. That's for sure. It's certainly has its advantages at the moment. If it stays in power, it's simply through American help. How ironic is that? That's we've crossed the line to becoming the Islamic Republic's primary shareholder. We're a stockholder in them now. That's Trumponomics for you. Now, in terms of, as I said, not everyone is pleased with the result in Iran itself. Now, clerical hardliners have vocally opposed the signing of the MOU, publicly denouncing Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, the parliamentary speaker, and Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, accusing them of having the blood of the former supreme leader Ali Khamenei on their hands. Mojtaba Khamenei is wary of any powerful, or rather an overpowerful IRGC, or Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, rendering him obsolete, and is reportedly shoring up his power base wherever he can, albeit no one knows where he physically is. In fact, he wants it that way so that the IRGC doesn't put him out of commission before he can form a rival power base to what is effectively their junta. Now, Ghalibaf and the IRGC, despite being on the same page today, will ultimately diverge on how Iran evolves from conflict to post-conflict. Ghalibaf, a sharp-elbowed mercantilist and pragmatist, will seek to use the money to make Iran prosperous and secure, whilst elements of the IRGC will look to reconstitute, gradually, Iran's axis of resistance, and perhaps stick more closely to Iran's revolutionary heritage. Without the ruthless guiding of a feared supreme leader, it remains to be seen for how much longer the center can even hold. As the spoils of war, sanctions waivers, and unfrozen assets start to trickle into the Iranian system, these splits and fractures will inevitably become the fault lines on which the future of the Islamic Republic of Iran are debated. Nothing corrodes quite like an enormous influx of money into an imperfect politico-economic system built on graft and corruption. And Iran is dysfunction incarnate. Pour money into that is like water on an engine. Beyond the elites are the streets of Iran, on which it goes without saying that Donald Trump is significantly less popular than he was in those heady days of January in 2026, when he was recklessly promising help to brave Iranians fighting bullets with bottles, urging them to head out to resist. Yesterday, in a sobering reminder of just whom the United States now seeks to empower, an Iranian said to myself, "He's just as bad as the IRGC." There will undoubtedly be more popular unrest in Iran in the coming months, but as the American empire seeks to remove sanctions, an enormously complex venture, fraught with American imperial and European Union legal challenges, and embrace the current leadership, what support can the people of Iran expect in their valiant struggle? Who can derail this now? Iranian decision makers are adamant that this deal will go through, and have been crystal clear to their own military that responding to Israeli aggression is best done obliquely, by exploiting unilateral Israeli terror attacks on Lebanon to drive a harder bargain with the United States during these crucial 60 days, thus driving a wedge between Donald and Bibi, and ultimately feeding the Iranian regional charm offensive, which aims to portray Eretz Israel, not Iran, as the real regional menace. It seems as if message discipline in Iran will hold when it comes to resisting Israeli provocation. Both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have talked a tough game since the signing of the MOU, stressing they won't tolerate any Iranian backsliding. But when it comes to pressuring Iran in reality, the American empire's options are limited to economic levers. Washington has been strategically outplayed by Tehran to the extent that has rendered superior military might obsolete. Any American imperial military attack on Iran would simply be met with asymmetrical attacks across the region, and once again a closed Strait of Hormuz. Historians will one day marvel at how, once again, The world's most mighty military has been blunted by a smarter, more ruthless, more cunning foe whose only strength was nothing to lose. Beyond the recriminations in D.C. and the muted jubilation in Tehran, it's worth noting the seminal significance of this moment, the opportunity for a strategic realignment in the Middle East in which we could see a resurgent IRGC-dominated Iran, an isolated Israel, and a bloc of Sunni Arab nations looking on nervously at the twain. The next 60 days will define the next decade and beyond. As with all things Iran-centered, I am waiting for at least a week to transpire before passing judgment in disambiguation from observation, with the Iranian leadership somewhat a jigsaw of scattered and missing personalities shaken around by competing terror groups, Israel and its 100 satrap American states in union foremost among such. It's hard to know if the deal will even hold long enough to ever be enforced. The United States President Donald Trump and his Vice President J.D. Vance have faced severe criticism for the details of the Memorandum of Understanding offered to Iran. For J.D. Vance, Israel is the new Ukraine. J.D. Vance didn't call Benjamin Netanyahu out by name, but in sternly reprimanding the cabinet of the Israeli government from the White House podium on Thursday, he sent Israel and its prime minister a very clear and ominously familiar message. In demanding more respect, raising the threat of severe consequences, and ordering the country to get in line, the vice president was echoing the public fight he picked with another world leader and one-time American ally, Volodymyr Zelensky. And just like that fiery chastisement last February, Vance went further in his criticism than any other U.S. president or vice president in recent memory. He was irritated with Israeli cabinet members, inclusive Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, who have criticized the President Trump's proto-peace deal. They say it will hand billions of dollars to Tehran and fail to guarantee Israeli security. Ben-Gvir insisting that Israel is ergo not bound thereby. Vance, to the world's press, declared, and here I read his declaration at length and verbatim, 3 paragraphs worth. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States, and I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time, and he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And a second message I would give to those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The message being clear: Netanyahu must get his government in line, or else. Just look at what happened to Ukraine. Went unsaid, but tacitly understood. Bibi was damned by the faintest of praise. The relationship between America and the Ukraine was already falling apart by the time of the infamous White House clash last year, when Zelensky demurred on negotiating with Russia. Vance warned that not engaging with Trump's peace plan for the region would result in the destruction of your country. He tore a strip off Zelensky for being insolent. Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office to try to litigate this in front of the American media. Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country. After that bruising encounter, the Trump maladministration axed all military aid to Ukraine, the Ukraina in their own language. But not only did they axe all military aid to the Ukraine, they stopped all intelligence sharing. The Ukraine was effectively handed over to Russia on a platter, but the Russians proved too retarded to carve the turkey up. And the turkey was still alive and biting back and going down with its claws and beak intact, so the Russians couldn't eat it alive. At any rate, the Ukraine was forced to go cap in hand to European countries and to become an arms exporter to make up the revenue shortfall. A year later, that strategy appears at least to have been successful. Europe has provided 160 million euros funding since Trump cut off all American aid, and Zelensky has signed numerous contracts to export Ukrainian arms to other countries. But Israel, as Vance points out, has fewer friends than even the Ukraine. And if the relationship with the one empire that supports it fractures further, as appears entirely possible, if not likely, to, shall we say, the layman's eyes, Eretz Israel Hashlema, the greater land of Israel, will be on its own against the world. The Jewish state will have to fund and arm itself. Currently, it receives 3.8 billion United States dollars of military aid from America every year. Free money to spend on American arms. That deal is up in 2028 and is currently being renegotiated. It is worth noting...
Hey, Douglas, let me get in here really quick.
Of course.
You're going so fast. I understand that there was some hostility to Israel under Obama, okay? And I don't know who he was sending the deal, but Secretary of State or something, whoever that was, wasn't taking too much shit. And the funding pipeline kept gushing towards Israel, but there wasn't any kind of thing going on publicly. Mm-hmm. This Vance speech is the biggest residential pushback on Israel I've ever heard.
Yeah, then it's all a load of shit.
It is. But that's why I say I think this is J.D. Vance trying to get ahead of Tucker Carlson for the next 28 election.
Very astute and excellent reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I swear to God it is.
Yes. Thank
Fuckers.
you. Yes.
All right.
No, yes. In other words, he's trying to appeal to the younger Americans who are not worshippers of the Jews as an axiomatic stance. In other words,
the Tucker Carlson is just sweeping up.
Yes.
He's doing his own cult.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to earlier American generations to this point, the worship of the Jews as the master race was axiomatic. It was just the truth. That was just their idea, like a physical law.
And Rogan's in on it too. So, you know, this is the age when we have media figures that rule the world.
Yes. Yes. It's transitional because they're so insane and they're so extreme. It cannot be stable. But
you wouldn't think.
Yeah, but Vance is buying into that crowd to buy up the youth vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
In a hurry.
Yes. Yes. Even though it takes him away from Trump himself. The people think he's speaking for Trump, what Trump doesn't dare to say. Trump is setting him up as the scapegoat. And now it's worth noting
that but I figured JD Vance is playing a longer game.
Yes, he's trying to, but that doesn't mean that there will be a longer
ridiculous manner. He's disgusting, and there's nothing of praise in this.
Yes, yes.
Just Machiavellian strategy.
Yes, that's
only stupid.
Yeah,
and laughable.
Yeah,
and not cool.
Yeah, and so our man Brendan is pointing out that Poland is stripping Zelensky of a top honor. That Karol Nawrocki's decision to strip Volodymyr Zelensky of Poland's highest honor is likely to spark a severe diplomatic crisis between Poland and the Ukraine. So they basically have this developing. Oh wow, the next one I got was 404 page not found. Damn, this VPN out of Panama is killing everything. I can't find shit with it. The last few things that Brendan has sent. So
I saw that too, though.
Yeah.
I did see it.
Yeah.
And I was busy. I couldn't because I looked at it for a second. It was like, what the fuck? And I can't add any content, but it did happen.
Okay.
He got an award and he had to give it back.
Yeah. Or it was simply rendered as not recognized, something like that.
Or he was insulted.
Yes.
By something that happened. It's interesting. I'd love a follow up.
Yeah, and so in terms of that, all I can say is it sounds awfully petty. It sounds awfully petty, but I know what it comes down to.
Stupid at a time when there's no slack for stupid.
Yeah, he named a military unit after a Nazi military unit because that's what the Ukrainians sided with the Nazis in World War II. And so there we are.
As did Poland, as you have pointed out.
Yes, that's right. Yes, tensions.
So what the hell?
Yeah. Well, the Poles are trying to uphold a facade. Tensions between
apparently real hard. Yeah.
Yes. Tensions between Warsaw and Kiev have been high for days following Zelensky's decision to name a military unit after the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, the UPA, a World War II militia that Warsaw accuses of participating in the massacres of Poles. And so there we have that. But by the way, the proper term is Polaki. Don't call Polish people Poles. You may as well call people from Holland holes. if you do that, it doesn't make any sense.
I grew up with Polak.
No, don't say that.
Which I am one.
Yeah, but
that's what I am.
Okay, got it. Yes, just don't use that term.
I can
it doesn't work. The defense doesn't work. I assure you, the defense does not work. All right.
That's how I think of myself. Proudly.
Understood. Yes. So do emphasize that, but don't use the term again. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. The enemy reports everything. It's specifically it's George Knight. All it is George Knight these days.
Hey, if that's the worst thing I do.
Yeah. That's
Give me a comfy cell.
Yeah. His whole life now is just listening to the show, whereas before he never listened to it at all. He never listened to the show at all before, but now that's all he does, listen to it, looking for things to report. And at any rate, we always expected that was like sunrise. You can bet on that.
In an office with no windows.
Yeah, that's there you go. That's no, he has to do that while climbing poles for a living. That's so it gives him two things in life to do, or maybe a third besides drinking. He sure as hell isn't playing the role of father. That's all. As we said, it's worth noting that Vance's optimism over a peace deal in Ukraine hasn't fared as well as Zelensky's skepticism. Last August, the VP said that he believed the United States could be within touching distance of a peace deal. Trump said a deal could be weeks away. Yet a Russian barrage on Kiev on Monday killed 11 people and set the historic Dormition Cathedral alight. In response, the Ukraine unleashed possibly its largest ever drone attack on Moscow in 20 years, launching drone strikes targeting oil infrastructure at a major oil refinery on the outskirts of Russia's capital. The Russian Federation claims that 555 of the drones were intercepted by aero defenses en route to their targets under a sky turned black with toxic smoke. Trump's proposed peace deal
after this long of a war, that's fucking amazing.
Well, it's actually, you wonder how it didn't happen sooner.
After this long, well, you would, but that he could still pull that out.
Oh, it's actually,
man.
Well, Ukraine is mobilized. It's don't forget Ukraine's entire
and all
economy.
Cheap drones.
Yeah. It's a war economy based on manufacturing, more than anything else. Increasingly inexpensive drones, but also
$1,500 each. Can you imagine?
Yes. It's like
suicide drones. Yeah,
and but it's like this is the age of modern warfare.
But all the way to Moscow, that's some range.
It's not that far. Moscow is like really close to the borders of Belarus and
like
Ukraine.
Nevada from here.
Yeah, like Nevada from California. Yeah, it's like
okay.
Yeah,
I forget.
That's right. But still, it's like that's why. The only reason they haven't done it more often is simply because they're afraid of escalation. Everybody's trying to maintain a balance from further escalation, but when the Russians pull something, then you strike back, proportionately as possible. And
they're getting exhausted too, even for all their bigness.
That they aren't big. They're just an empty space. They're an empty space, and they're getting emptier every day.
They're running low. So now's the time to hit Moscow, I guess.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I would say keep it up.
But what is it now? 4 years or something?
It's 5 years at this point. We're entering the fifth year. We're entering the fifth year. It's been longer than World War One. It's been longer than
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, longer than World War One.
People.
At this point. Yeah.
That would make anybody savage.
Mm-hmm. Well, as bad as it is, life in Ukraine is probably of higher quality than in Russia.
I believe that.
Yeah. So it's your average Ukrainian has a higher quality of life regardless than living
Imagine
in
what Putin's spending.
Yeah, Putin's spending it all. He's spending everything, and it's madness on a scale so monumental that it's impossible to assess. None of this would have been possible without Donald Trump helping Putin. Donald Trump has been helping Putin every way that he could.
That's right.
And doing his best to try and destroy Ukraine. The only thing that prevented that was the Europeans. And so you have a situation which is, if the Ukrainians had kept all their nukes, they'd be fine. That was the problem, was that they relied on American and British promises to protect them, that Russia swearing off ever attacking them. And all three parties broke their promise. The Brits are the only ones trying to live up to their promise of defending Ukraine in any way, shape, or form. But both the Americans and the Russians turned against Ukraine and tried to wipe it off the map. So this is the insanity of the world that we're living in, and the treachery involved with the allies of World War II. It's all the same allies of World War II, other than Britain trying to walk the tightrope. But in terms of Europe, that represents, along with Ukraine, the Axis powers. Of course, Japan is on their side because of the Taiwan situation. So it's the same communist Chinese, Russians, Israelis, and the Jewish diaspora that manipulates America against the Axis all over again. World War II is simply fighting out its final rounds. Now, Trump's proposed peace deal with Iran may be every bit as fantastical as the deal he proposed between Ukraine and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. But unlike Zelensky, Netanyahu has no other choice. He really doesn't have the cards, and if he's not careful, Trump will maneuver him and Eretz Israel into a position whereby they take the blame for his inevitably wildly flawed plan. Teflon Trump, the master of the scapegoat, will have the choice of twa easy victims to pin the blame when his plan veers off the rails: Israel or the face of the Iran deal, his vice president, as Trump has literally joked about doing. Netanyahu himself might make the decision easier for Trump. He has not publicly criticized the deal, and the day before yesterday, too, he was tepid. He said that additional challenges lie ahead of us, requiring calmness, a firm stance on our security interests, and at the same time maintaining the important connection with our American friends. But he also vowed that Greater Israel would maintain the security zone in southern Lebanon and not withdraw as Iran has demanded. If restoring that security means renewed hostilities with Hezbollah and Iran walks away from the deal, then Trump will have his scapegoat. The war of words, in fact, looks likely to only intensify as the Israeli elections approach in October. Any semblance of collective cabinet responsibility may evaporate completely as ministers choose words that resonate with the electorate rather than the prime minister, who will have he'll have a fight to keep his job in any event, or with the American president, as they, meaning the cabinet ministers, will resonate with their electorate in their choice of phraseology rather than their prime minister or the American president, as they vie to stake out their own individual positions on the deal. National security is the first, second, and third priority of Israeli voters. Vance's appeal for calm will almost certainly fall on deaf ears. In using language from the White House podium to castigate Israel that is familiar to the world of MAGA politik, Vance is positioning himself back towards the center of the America First movement. He is edging slowly towards the anti-Israel position staked out by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Joe Kent, all as observed by Holly KEIFER. Could being the man to bring Israel to book redeem him in their eyes after his stock plummeted for supporting the war in the first? They and their supporters might back him in the 2028 presidential race, even if traditional Republican donors don't. Casting Israel as the new truculent ally that isn't grateful enough and should be defunded could be Vance's way back into the 2028 fight. But while the relationship hasn't yet deteriorated quite as disastrously as it did with Ukraine, the once solid alliance certainly looks to be on the slide. With a potentially unworkable deal on the table, the urge for recrimination and finger-pointing will be strong. And with elections capturing minds in both countries, invective will be incentivized. Vance's words are unlikely to be the last on the matter, only the sternest thus far, and potentially the start of something much more bitter. It's all music to the ears of the Iranian regime that will consider the war a victory if it leads to a permanent fracture of the Judeo-American relationship. So, is Trump going to defund Israel? Not on your life. He's submitting American sovereignty in writ. Cutting American military aid to Israel was once an impossible dream of the most extreme fringe of the Democratic Party. Today, axing the $3.8 billion $3.8 billion United States dollars in annual package is a bipartisan issue, being spearheaded by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, no less. As Zionism's Trojan horse, the number of free United States tax dollars that Eretz Israel would receive to spend on its military under a Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party plan being discussed by both governments would be reduced to zero on the books. The brainchild of Marlin Stutzman, a staunch Israel ally and Republican congressman from Indiana, the proposed Memorandum of Understanding, another MOU linked to that with Iran, which would come into effect when the current deal ends in 2028, now forms the basis of the negotiations and was endorsed by Benjamin Netanyahu himself. While the new arrangement might choke off American imperial grants, analysts concur that Israel will receive the same, if not actually more, via new Pentagon contracts. United States intelligence officials are working on a deal that will only deepen cooperation between Israel and the United States military to develop weapons and technology, with experts concurring that the new arrangement might be quieter, but most certainly no smaller than the current $3.8 billion United States dollars in annual aid. The Israeli Deputy Foreign Ministress, Sharon Haskell, believes that major American defense investment is still going to flow into her country. Under the current deal, Israel is only allowed to spend the American money on American arms. But under the proposed deal, Israel will be free to invest in Israeli defense firms, which are in line to get preferential access to Pentagon contracts from these United States, and would thus be able to take over United States defense contractors. It's a hostile takeover. Telling the press in an interview that the current arrangement is limiting Israel's ability to produce arms, the foreign ministress Haskell denied that Israel feels any pressure from these United States to end the current arrangement, while confirming that the decision is Israel's alone. The United States has surrendered without a war to a presumed ally. The decision being Israel's alone to rewrite the rules of the game itself. A decision taken in the national interest of Israel, as enabled by the fact that the Gaza Holocaust has fast-tracked Israel's defense technology and made the country an attractive partner for the American empire and governments around the world. To quote Haskell at length and verbatim, "This is a very much bipartisan issue. America understands that we are their greatest ally, especially in the Middle East. We need to create the least dependency possible on any other country. The new war is a very much advanced war. Our industry is in a serious boom of startups, of specific equipment, of specific weapons, of specific drones, to advance your army. We are building cooperation with the American industry, and there's going to be much bigger revenues from doing that. America and Israel are going to produce in collaboration some of the top equipment in the world, and that's going to have a demand all over the world. It is somewhat unlikely that the United States was not pushing to end or substantially reduce the current deal. With his proposal to reform it, the Representative Stutzman read the room. Eretz Israel Hashlema, the greater land of Israel, has become a high priority for American voters of both parties since the Gaza genocide. Recent Pew research found that the number of Americans who have an unfavorable view of Israel has increased from 53% to 60%. The number of Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party voters under 50 with a poor opinion of Israel has gone from 50% to 57%. So the contours and details of the deal will be of keen interest to increasing numbers of voters, especially since the current 10-year deal ends in 2028, when there will also be a presidential election, and the proximity and relationship of candidates to and with Eretz Israel is likely to be examined. Donald Trump has admitted to furious arguments with Netanyahu over his peace plan with Iran, and J.D. Vance, the most obvious heir to Trump's MAGA crown, also appears to be growing impatient with Israel. Trump has pushed him in front of the cameras to defend the deal with Iran, but the vice president has reserved some of his sternest words for the State of Israel. He has said that Israel and America's national interests diverge, and that Israel may not like Trump's deal, but should accept it. How many of Vance's fellow Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party presidential candidates in 2028 will share his misgivings? Among the young Democrats and their hoary communist, opposition to Zionism as an axiom is a virtual shibboleth. Bernie Sanders, the two-time Democratic presidential race runner and longtime opponent of military aid to Israel, is now positioning himself against the emerging deal and specifically a provision in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, that would integrate American defense industries under Israeli takeover. Section...
It'd be interesting if Tucker Carlson came out about it too.
I'm sure he is. We just don't listen.
All right. Right.
But
he's repellent, but
yes,
it would be kind of a good step forward in terms of some kind of sanity.
Honey, it's all smoke and mirrors. They're just taking it off the books. It's all black budget now. In fact, it's a total surrender.
Crypto.
It's a total surrender of our industries, lock, stock, and barrel to Israel. There'll be Israeli industries from this point forward. We'll be defense contracting for our defense through Israel.
But I thought Bernie opposed that.
Who cares what Bernie opposes? He's not in power.
I know, but I'm saying this rising tide of, hey,
sure,
maybe we shouldn't be, getting sucked dry by Israel to do horrible things.
Well, this is what will ultimately lead to a revolution, a civil war, because it doesn't matter
but
what
if Bernie and Tucker Carlson are saying the same thing, that this shouldn't be happening, that would be interesting. I'm saying as a Charles Fordian, you know what I mean? It's an interesting development.
Well, it's
that bears observation.
Well, in the moral sense, it should not be happening at all. Of course not.
Or you'd think. No, it never has before.
Yes.
But maybe something.
But unfortunately, the people running the show right now, the people in power, are the Zionist occupation government. So they're simply going to take it off the books and say, we're not paying Israel anymore.
Okay. And let Vance do a little dance.
Yes.
Okay.
They're doing this litigiously.
Planning his own game.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're doing this legally.
Yeah, I get that. But legally, I saw the headline.
Yeah. Through Section 224 of the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act.
It's outlandish.
That integrates American defense industries under Israeli takeover. Again,
and clown as he is, Bernie Sanders at least is also talking about it.
Well, all I can say is big fucking deal. He can talk till he's blue in the face. It don't mean shit.
Both of you.
But he's just an old commie.
Well, I'm saying, but it'd be interesting if the right also picked it
No,
up.
I hear you. I hear you. When the right and the
All right.
left are cooperating on something, then things should be happening at the popular level, correct? Yes, we can only hope. But
You
that's
could
what
only
will
hope.
lead to, as I said, civil war.
Two tigers chained at the ankle. Yeah.
Yes. No, but I mean, it'll be civil war against the Zionist occupation government by the right and the left in the United States, by the people of America.
Okay, because yeah, old party Democrats and Republicans are
New
slave
Republicans.
stated.
Well, let's put it this way.
No,
New
are the old
Republicans
guard.
and new. You're talking about the power of the old guard. The gerontocracy of both
Yeah.
the Republicans and the Democrats are
Absolutely.
slave stated to the Israelis. Yes,
That's been proven.
yes, and so in terms of the younger people, young Democrats,
Yeah.
young Republicans, they of course
Definitely,
will be fighting
yeah.
the revolution against the Zionist occupation government.
Yeah.
So
I always like to see when they agree on something.
yes, and it'll be a youth movement.
Something.
This will be a youth revolt. This will be
Yeah.
a war of the generations.
Yeah, that's
So,
right.
to reiterate,
All right, thank you.
yes, Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act now requires the Secretary of War to designate an executive agent responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts for the United States under suzerain of Israel, including bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. There will be no secrets from Israel. They won't even need to send spies. At this point, we are now an Israeli state. Forget the concept of Israel as the 51st state of the United States. All 50 states in union are simply subsidiary to Israel. With Bernie Sanders saying, I bring this in just as a crumb for Holly Kiefer, this is a provision I will strongly oppose. Like, I'm sure they're sweating. Yeah, they're lying up in bed at night sweating over Bernie. Sweating over Sanders. Colonel Sanders and his ancient promise. Now, the new section...
Thank you for the bird seed.
You're welcome. Now, the new...
He threw me a little like I'm a pigeon.
Yes, had to.
I'm just a pigeon.
Had to.
Love you.
You take it well.
I know. Every chance you get.
Yes.
Always, dear.
Now, the new section 224 is but one of the mechanisms by which United States defense dollars will keep flowing to Israel after the $3.8 billion yearly deal ends. But analysts confirm that by funneling the money through the Department of War, rather than the current arrangement where it is distributed by the Department of State, the precise amount will become impossible to track, as no one is ever been able, or ever will be able to successfully audit the Department of Defense. It is war. The shift will strip away oversight mechanisms and move the money into the opaque machinery of defense acquisition. The only conclusion to be drawn is that it is not any reduction in American support, but a reorganization thereof into the black budget off the books, where no audit or oversight will ever be possible again. Joe Kent, who resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center because of his umbrage at Israel having dragged the United States into war with Iran, exposits that the New Deal is just a rebranding of the old deal. And I would say that's putting it mildly. Kent recently wrote that Section 224, in his own words, transforms Israel from a top U.S. aid recipient to a full member of the U.S. defense and intelligence apparatus. By embedding Israel in the production of critical defense technologies, we are creating access and control mechanisms for a nation that has drastically different goals than America does. Now, I'm just busy acknowledging these wonderful GIFs and sigils being sent by our dear supporter, Brendan ̔OGHET. And let me see if I could do this right without eliminating some of the other hearts I've already placed on them. All right, take all that into account. That fact is already gaining traction in America First circles. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who speculated that Jewish space lasers might have started California wildfires, and actually kind of compelled Brendan ̔OGHET into accepting that argument, is among a number of MAGA figures demanding that Section 224 be removed. The fact that I keep finding myself on the side of Marjorie Taylor Greene is very disturbing to me. I don't know about you, Holly, but you're welcome to pitch in here.
Deeply disturbing, just like Liz Cheney, but you can never trust her.
Yes. But according to Avishai Ben Sassoon Gordiz, whose name should tell you everything you need to know, senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies at Tel Aviv Yefo University, governance need not necessarily be watered down with the New Deal. I think there is going to be congressional oversight. That, however, won't be enough for some critics, including myself. To quote Sassoon Gordiz at length and verbatim, in 4 short paragraphs worth of verbiage, what has happened is that there's been this memification of U.S. aid to Israel. For some people, it doesn't matter whether the U.S. pays for it or it's just the U.S. giving Israel access to American industry. For them, it's all packaged within this idea of American military aid to Israel. I think the people who see the U.S. as complicit in Israeli wrongdoing are going to continue to do so. And so I think we have to be very clear-eyed on what can be achieved solely on moving from funding to non-funding. They're looking at the Iran war and they're saying, do you feel standing by Israel has served our interests? The point is that these people, whether they are on the right or some folks on the progressive side, are saying this already, and this is not going to make it go away. I do think the memification matters, because often in politics that governs, not what is actually happening. That's as good a translation as I could get using Bing. It doesn't make any sense to me either. Proponents of the deal say that it would allow the United States to have preferential access to cutting-edge Israeli defense technology, much in the same way as the Department of War is doing in Ukraine. In their dreams, I guess, somehow, because we've cut off all aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine. So I guess Americans still fantasize in their dreams that somehow the Ukraine is propped up by American something. But also, as supporters will argue in regard to Section 224, maintain access to Israeli intelligence. In other words, they claim this is far from a one-way street. Of course, don't buy that for even a second. The current arrangement, whereby America supplies Israel with arms, began during the Third World War, in effect, so grossly misnomered the Cold War, to counter Soviet's influence in region, and developed into a broader strategic partnership for the expedition of Israeli expansion, via the realization of the American evangelical religious vision of a Third Temple Empire from the river to the sea, with the American empire benefiting from regional intelligence and technology in return. Stressing that it is too early to predict exactly what the new arrangement with these United States will say, and the Israeli elections in October will have a huge bearing thereupon, especially if Netanyahu is removed as prime minister. VÄDAḥ Hulata, the former Israeli National Security Advisor, describes Israel as a model ally and emphasizes that whatever deal is eventually struck, and despite Kent's reservations, intelligence sharing will continue because it's crucial for the American empire. To quote his T, "Nothing will be agreed before the Israeli elections and things can change. Definitely we have issues. We have problems. Many of them are political. Democrats don't like Netanyahu. The Republicans would want to cut aid all over, but I don't foresee a landslide in the relationship." Negotiations between Eretz Israel and its American satellite states in union on the new Memorandum of Understanding began at the start of June. The American team is being jointly led by the United States Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and the State Department Consul Daniel Haller, emphasizing that the Memorandum of Understanding ends aid and will be based on trade. Huckabee posted on X that Israel receives $3.8 billion, but spends far more than that buying U.S. military goods. Now, Huckabee and his team are keeping the precise details of their negotiations private. But if the true extent and cost to American taxpayers of the New Deal are never fully disclosed, it will only inflame the anger it was supposed to quell. Even if the deal eventually struck is a triumph for the American empire in some immediate sense. Zionists and their useful idiots have argued that America has already abandoned Israel altogether. Others lament that this deal will make regime change for the trapped Iranian people all but impossible. Even more are outraged that the Iranian regime should be offered hundreds of billions to rebuild the country while a cost of living crisis engulfs the West. More still question if this deal has pushed Vance off the future presidential list in favor of Marco Rubio. That is, if there hasn't been too much damage done to the MAGA movement, the paleo-reactionary contra-insurgency consequent the greatest of all American wars. The Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights, in which more American soldiers died than in all our other wars combined, was the primary turning point of American history. Slavery died in the war.
Oh, Douglas.
Yes.
Douglas, this is going to be grueling, and I want to hear every minute, but I got to go.
Okay, we love you.
You're a shining light in the darkness. Thank you.
Bless you, honey. Well,
right.
Get yourself some rest, and
I'll be hearing this.
And still
All
interject whenever you wish. Okay? If you feel.
All right. Thank you, my love.
If the spirit moves you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, bye for now. Now, slavery, of course, was said to have died in that war. In effect, it never has. And, even less happily, the loose-jointed federalism envisioned by the framers died too, along with the classic America of Tom Sawyer and the Currier and Ives print. But not just America was defined by her Civil War. The future of Western civilization itself would have been changed beyond all calculation had the South prevailed. And it was a close-run thing. The Confederate experiment very nearly did succeed. Juneteenth matters for American imperial foreign policy because Juneteenth matters everywhere in the world. The holiday marks the final defeat of slavery in the Confederacy and offers a reminder that America's global standing begins with equality at home. The big picture being that systemic racism is affecting economies, industries, and global issues. Thusly, the 19th day in June is now a federal holiday that commemorates the end of slavery in these United States. Same day marking an opportunity to reflect on ways to combat racism in every country. Now, admittedly, this is my spillover from the lessons I taught to the lads over the weekend. And throughout this weekend, for the 5th time, the United States is commemorating Juneteenth as a national holiday. June 19th having marked the date in 1865 when enslaved people in what was once a dark corner of the Confederacy, Texas, were emancipated following the first American Civil War between the Confederate and United States for rights. Though Juneteenth is the youngest of all national holidays, it might be the most important Union holiday, and one that was overdue to garner recognition at the federal level. Part of the date's importance lies in it being the one holiday that directly commemorates the defining event of our nation's history, the War of Southern Insurgency and Northern Genocide, waged from 1861 through to 1865. But Juneteenth is more than just an acknowledgement of that great war. It is a day to reflect on the complicated history of these United States. That history, and how it has shaped the present, has implications for the moral authority of the American empire around the world, and thus for our global power and legitimacy. Now, Otto von Bismarck once said, and here I quote his tea, "A special providence protects fools, drunkards, small children, and the United States of America." There's 2 historical events that define the United States in the collective memory of our people: the American Revolution and the First American Civil War, or the War for Southern Independence to some. Even in the television-rotted brains of semi-literates, some vague remnants circulate of Washington crossing the Delaware, or the blue and the gray clashing at Gettysburg. For once, folk myth is in accord with historical truth. These 2 events were crucial, not only to these United States, but to the world in general. New histories of both conflicts are published every year, both in favoring, well, both are favorite subjects for historical fiction as well. And both have long exercised a fascination for documentarians. Because our world might have been much the same if the Paraguayan War of the 1870s had never been fought. Quite similar if the Taiping Rebellion had overthrown the Manchu dynasty in the 1860s. A history in which the 13 colonies remained part of the British Empire would be inconceivably different from our own. And given a little better leadership on the part of the English, such might have, well, occurred. That being the longest legal war in American history. Taken in length only by the undeclared continuity of the Second World War. The consequences of an America at a loss in our War of Independence, well, perhaps the French Revolution would have been aborted as well, and there would have been no Napoleonic World War Zero. The American example gave powerful impetus to Republican sentiment in Europe, and the financial burdens of the Revolutionary War were what drove the French monarchy to call the Estates Generales. Divine monarchy might otherwise prevail across all Europe today. The Civil War lends itself even better to such speculation. It is much closer in time. Only a few decades have passed since the death of the last Civil War veteran, or at least their longer-lived widows. And particularly in the states of the old Confederacy, it remains the war. The 4 years between 1860 and 1865 killed over 600,000 Americans before the Horseman Plague followed the Horseman War onto the scene and took away many more. But in military fatalities alone, that first American Civil War took more than the grand total of all United States casualties in all other conflicts since the Revolution. Not even Tarawa or Guadalcanal saw fighting as bitter or as bloody as Antietam and Chancellorsville. No other American war saw anything approaching the rage, the hate, the mass ferocity that gripped the people of the Trois sections. In the South, fully 1/4 of the free adult males were lost in that war. In many areas of the lower South, the proportion reached 50% or more. Casualties like these exceed the losses that gutted France for 2 generations after World War I, and equal those inflicted on Germania during the 30 Years' War, from which parts of Europe are still recovering today. The war and the occupation and social upheavals which followed gave the continental United States its only taste of the impoverishment and humiliation that follow defeat in a major war. The effects on the North were less painful but nearly as drastic. Before the Civil War, the United States government had only a few thousand civil servants, mainly in the post office. It levied practically no direct taxes and had little impact on the economy apart from land sales. Between the War of 1812 and the election of Abraham Lincoln, an American might live his or her entire life without contact with the central government. The state governments were more important in everyday affairs, and local county authorities more crucial than either. Immigration had brought in many Irish and Germans, but outside the coastal cities, virtually everybody was what we would call a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. America north of the slave states was as ethnically homogeneous as England, France, or Germany. Contrary to myth, the antebellum North was not any land of industry. There were a growing number of factories, but the overwhelming majority of the people lived on the land, or in small market towns and villages. Throughout most of the North, and much of the South for that matter, a solid majority of the population consisted of independent, property-owning farmers and their families. Most of the rest were equally self-sufficient craftsmen, small traders, and professionals serving the farm population. Those who worked for wages were a small minority, and most Northerners, Republicans most particularly, regarded financial independence as an essential characteristic of a free citizen. This was the classic America of Emerson and Thoreau, of Mark Twain's Mississippi and the Courier and Ives print, an America that lives now only in myth. That America died at Fort Sumter, as surely as the Old South. By the end of the conflict, both sides had become centralized, bureaucratic states, complete with conscription, heavy taxation, massive deficit financing, and government intervention in the economy. The protective tariffs of the late 19th century heavy industry boom were legacies of the war, as was the Transcontinental Railroad. Within a generation of Appomattox, the United States had its first mass proletariat, whose near insurrection in the great strikes and riots of 1877 raised genuine fears of revolution that lasted into the 1930s. The road to the urban industrial state and great power status had been taken. Many of the most crucial technological innovations of the period, particularly in mass production, were American. The unusual combination of huge resources and high per capita incomes made these United States, well, our American economy, a unique pioneer for the whole industrializing world. By 1914, on the eve of the Great War in Europe, the European states could no longer ignore the United States in their calculations of power. The sheer size and productivity of the American economy and population made us the decisive factor. Sans American intervention, Germania would most certainly have emerged as unquestioned victor in the world wars of le 20e siècle, the 20th century, with incalculable consequences. And that united, uniquely powerful America was the product of the Civil War. Hardly anyone who studies the conflict can avoid a tantalizing or frightening sense that the outcome might have been different. As William Faulkner, the great poet, did say to a Japanese audience, since 1865, no generation of Southerners has gone by without daydreams of redoing Pickett's charge and succeeding. Literally dozens of books have dealt with the issue alone. Wardmore's classical alternative history of Bring the Jubilee. Poyet's The Shiloh Project. That was a masterpiece that introduced myself to the consequences of geopolitik. Imagine for a moment that the Confederate offensives of 1863 had succeeded, and that North America was divided between the USA and CSA. Immediately, all subsequent history becomes twisted out of recognition. To name only one example, the Confederates were by no means the passive put-upon romantics of a lost cause, devoted to localism and states' rights that their later apologists suggested. Even before 1860, they had been pressing on their neighbors to the south. The Mexicano-American War had been largely a Southern enterprise, and the proximate political cause of secession was an attempt to exclude the South from the territories seized from Mexico. Private expeditions to conquer Cuban or Central American territory were a staple of the 1850s. Organizations such as the Knights of the Golden Horseshoe agitated for the conquest of all Latin America and the reopening of the African slave trade, envisaging an Leviathanic, Brobdingnagian slave empire, stretching from Kansas to the Cape Horn. By 1863, the Confederacy had the means to accomplish these ambitions. The war had given it a formidable army, a strong central government, and considerable forced draft industrialization, largely with slave manpower and under government control. An independent CSA would have been militantly expansionist, conquering southward into Mexico and the Caribbean, and unlikely to meet strong resistance either from the weak Latin American states or from the European powers. The war had also strengthened the hand of the pro-slavery ideologues, men such as George Fitzhugh, whose book titled well, his magnum opus, titled Sociology for the South, had given the Republicans invaluable propaganda by advocating the enslavement of all dependent laborers, regardless of race. An aggressive and militarist, aristocratic republic, deeply hostile to 19th century liberalism, dominating much of the Western Hemisphere. An isolationist, anti-immigrant, free-trading rump United States, without the continental resources which empowered its expansion. The world they inhabited would be unrecognizably alien by the 1990s, let alone the 2020s. So, albeit, to most, it must seem like a relatively obscure Americanism, even in America, where it was only made a federal holiday after COVID, circa 2021, Juneteenth, as celebrated on June 19th, presents an opportunity to take a stock of the systemic racism and intolerance that have long cut across international borders. The specific event commemorated by the holiday foreshadowed the disappointing and disjointed healing process to follow. On the 19th day of June in 1865, more than 20 years after the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued, black people in Galveston, Texas, were belatedly informed of their freedom by soldiers reading from a general order as they marched through town. In a sign of things to come, that order admonished freed slaves to remain quietly at home, presumably a slave plantation, where they'd been delivered as property, and warned that they would not be supported in idleness. The 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery throughout these United States, was ratified a few months later, though 19th of June has come to be recognized as the day marking the end of perhaps the bleakest chapter in our empire's history. Juneteenth was celebrated within Texas as early as 1867, and by le XXe siècle, the 20th century, celebrations had become prominent in neighboring states. It became a state holiday in Texas circa 1979. The push for federal holiday status gained momentum amid a racial reckoning that began in 2020. Ultimately, the lone senator blocking passage realized it was not a fight that would win him allies. The enshrining of June 19th as a federal holiday came amid renewed efforts to restrict voting rights for POCs, the POCs, or peoples of color, and to gloss over systemic racism in school curricula. However, some progress has been made on addressing the lasting impacts of slavery and abuse that extended long past that 19th day in June of 1865. Between 1882 and 1930, lynchings of black people in the southern United States occurred on a monthly basis. These public executions followed accusations of wrongdoing but no due process. They served to inflict terror and exercise control. In 2020, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for concrete action for the elimination of racial discrimination and xenophobia. It cited an alarming rise in hate speech and incitement to violence. Unsettling developments have served as reminders that racism is a widely shared problem. Exempli gratiae, an increase in anti-Asian racist violence during the recent pandemic has been fueled in some instances by monomania autocrats like Donald Trump looking to assign blame. In Europe, an alarming spike of Islamophobia has been observed amid a normalization of extreme right-wing rhetoric and POC, POC, or people of colors, continue to deal with systemic racism. Exempli gratiae, according to government statistics in the United Kingdom, just 2% of white British households are overcrowded, compared with 24% of Bangladeshi and 16% of Black African households. Statistics have also registered a 68% home ownership rate for white British households, compared with 20% for Black African households. This brings us to the long reach of racism. Racism can also creep into popular culture and sport. Ugly incidents have marred high-profile soccer matches, including a Europa League qualifier in 2021 between Czech and Scottish sides. By the way, Brendan adds, there we are. Colombia election. Hard right candidate claims victory. There we are. Right-wing presidential candidate, supported by Donald Trump, Abelardo de la Espriella, won 49.66% of Colombians' votes, according to preliminary results. This is, of course, a stunning rebuke against the left. And, well, just another country going down the shithole path is what I can say. It's like, let me see if Colombia, remind myself here. I should know this, and I suspect it. But Colombia, part of Alba. Let's see if it's part of Alba. It won't be any longer. Let's see here. Now, Colombia is not a member of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America. Nah, it just, it does not belong to the bloc anyway. So, all I can say is, it is what it is. No one's going to notice. But, back to the long reach of racism. Popular culture in Zhonghua-Dalu, mainland China, has also played on racist imagery. One infamous advertisement for laundry detergent showed a woman washing her black boyfriend by turning him into a fair-skinned Han Chinese man. Australia, as ill, has been home to embarrassing episodes, including recurring reports of people and performers wearing blackface. Ultimately, confronting our worst instincts is necessary to learn from our past and do better. So, as I assigned my Blood Boys assignments, I'll try and provide links for your own independent reading. Because what we cannot not know in America is that the 400 Years of Inequality Project was created to call organizations to observe the 400th anniversary of the first Afrikaans landing in Jamestown in 1619. Let's see if we can even make that link work in it doesn't work. You'll have to cut and paste it, or yeah, I don't think it works. So it's a PDF. And that's one of the most important ones for you to access. Have no idea how we're going to get that to work for you. Let's see if we can get that going somewhere. Well, it loads by itself here. I don't see how else. Let's see if it works now. We'll just try it by deleting the first try and giving it another go. And if it doesn't work, well, there's nothing to be done. And we'll move on to the next. Remove. There we go. Push this in there and get it in. And see if that works. And it just doesn't. Okay, so basically, I don't know how else to get that to you. You can look up the PDF of Frontiers. Geez, we'll have to ask our man Aristides to find a way for you to find that. One idea for a good way to celebrate Juneteenth in these United States, well, according to this piece, is to elect more officials willing to end the racist practice of mass incarceration. Mass incarceration, I mean to say. Here from Brookings. And let's get that link into our chat box. Here we are with live stream, and this one should work. Oh, yeah, no wonder. That's taking it and turning it into a personal download. Okay, now that's, in other words, you have to assess that as a kind of, okay, we'll figure out how to do that in the near future. In the meantime, you've got this. And there's Brookings, and you'll be more than saturated with enough info here. Again, I confess this is kind of a spillover from my lessons for the lads in tutoring them through the weekend. By the way, Juneteenth is also a rallying cry for reparations. And according to this analysis, bondage didn't disappear for Black Americans with the end of slavery and was instead repackaged in ways that call for a final reckoning. Let's get that into the text box, and as well as into our infinite call. So we're going to work with that, and we'll continue this over the next few links. Give me a second here. I'll place this into our infinite call as well as the text box, and we'll get all this out of the way. Here we go. See how that works out. Then here we go with the next link for reparations. And at times like this, of course, I could use help from Troy Bellamy as an educator familiar with these topics. But we'll see if he ever comes back on. Now, science must also overcome its racist legacy. The authors of this piece want to help decolonize research and forge a path towards restorative justice and reconciliation. We're going to put that into our text box as well as into chat. There we go. And hit chat with that. And we'll be done with the links in a matter of minutes. There we go. So here we go again with another recommended reading piece that the Blood Boys had to suffer through. Might as well share it with my listeners. They can get an idea of my teaching methodology and my resources. The author of this piece recommends reading one passage in particular from Ralph Ellison's posthumously published novel titled Juneteenth. Okay, this from the New Yorker magazine. Let's get that into text box, and we'll get that as well into our chat and make that accessible unto all of you. Here we are, and there you go. And for the last two links I can think of that I had assigned to the lads, Asia has its own brand, or strands of racism, and it's time to take them seriously. Let's get you this from the Diplomat into the chat and into Infinite Call. There we go. And here we are. There we go. And finally, I would say black and white soccer players can be discussed in troublingly different ways by the media. As a United Kingdom-based author of a related study details here, black players are overwhelmingly praised for physical prowess, and white players for intelligence and character. So this from the conversation into our live stream chat, which will segue us back into the subject of soccer for a little phase here in monologue. How about that? And again, into our call. We place this. There we go. So all of that having been articulated. 8 years ago, when FIFA selected these United States, Mexico, and Canada to host the 2026 World Cup, the organization imagined a sprawling tournament that would reflect a strong partnership and solidarity among the countries. 3 nations would co-host the matches for the first time in the tournament's history, and millions of fans would travel across the borders to watch. The vision of unity, well, that vision of unity has not aged well. The games, of course, have already started, but immigration restrictions, trade disputes, security concerns, and a new wave of American nationalism under President Trump have resulted in an unusual geopolitical experiment, a World Cup that tests how divided North America has become. Now, Arturo Sarucán, a former ambassador of Mexico to these United States, has gone on record to say, few things can connect societies like a joint World Cup bid. Now, he's the one who had advocated for this joint tournament bid and had understood it as a chance to show the optimism and shared prosperity of the continent. Our man Aristides says, what to look for in terms of the PDF. Let me see if I can find this for you. It's the problem is that I downloaded the PDF and I don't think it's accessible to anyone else. It doesn't seem to work unless you cut and paste the link. So let me see if it worked in the system on the estates, but then again, we're all using my download, right? So let me see if I can find it first. Okay, let's see if we can find that. And if not, don't worry. We can look for it next episode. Let's worry about that next episode. I'll find it by then. Okay, Aristides, thank you so much for asking. Thank you. And we can always go back to that. At any rate, this tri-host tournament was proposed in 2017 in a document titled The United Bid, a name that seems all too quaint today. Now, Jules Boykoff, a political scientist at Pacific University in Oregon and the author of a book about the 2026 World Cup, is known to have whispered in private conversations around the time of the bid that there was a sense that Trump wouldn't be around by the time the World Cup commenced. When that assumption didn't pan out, the tournament faced a litany of new challenges. Since taking office again, Trump has disregarded long-standing continental alliances. The three countries in some ways, were once closely tied. The now defunct NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, knit our economies together for the quarter of a century. We share borders, and these United States are home to the world's largest Mexicano expatriate community. To quote the aforementioned Sarucán, even if some politicians would like to press Control-Alt-Delete, which shows how old this guy is, he's really showing his age. Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work anymore. You can't use it for shit. You can't erase one country next to the other. Now, Trump has repeatedly suggested that Canada should be erased and become our 51st state, himself posting on Truth Social a doctored map that showed our northern neighbor absorbed into these United States. Trump's threatened Mexico with military strikes in January and declared a national emergency at America's southern border last year to stop immigration. His mass tariff campaign also poses a danger to Canada's and Mexico's economies, all of which makes the timing of the World Cup even more uncomfortable. In the middle of the tournament, on the 1st of July, the three countries are set to renegotiate the USMCA, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the Trumpified Free Trade Pact that replaces NAFTA, or rather replaced it in 2020, and that forms the legal scaffolding of the North American economy now. In December, Trump threatened to abandon the USMCA entirely. Now, if it collapses or is gutted, the supply chains, investment flows, and labor arrangements that connect the three signatories will unravel, right as the countries are supposed to be working together to pull off the games. Now, co-hosting the World Cup has happened once before. In 2002, despite major historic diplomatic disagreements, South Korea and the Empire of Japan successfully co-hosted the games, and FIFA has doubled down on the model since. The 2030 World Cup will span España, Portugal, and the Kingdom of Morocco. Still, this year is, per the aforementioned Boykoff, the most politically combustible World Cup we've seen. Since returning to power, Trump has ramped up immigration enforcement in ways that have already affected the tournament. Iraq's star striker was held for 7 hours by United States immigration officials on arrival. The team's photographer was denied entry outright, as was the FIFA referee from Somalia. South Africa's national team was forced to delay its trip over what the country's sports minister called embarrassing and grossly unfair visa issues. Hence a World Cup marred by visa issues and apathy. Ahead of the opening of the FIFA World Cup earlier this week across these United States, Mexico, and Canada, President Donald Trump's maladministration refused an entry visa to Omar Artan, the soccer referee from Somalia, who was scheduled to officiate matches in tournament. United States immigration officials blamed the refusal on vetting concerns, but it's hard to escape the suspicion that Artan's nationality played a role, given how often Trump and his aides have publicly expressed racist views of Somalis. That machination came as days after the United States belatedly issued visas to Iran's national team, but under strict conditions that would require said team to travel to to its United States-based matches and return to its training camp in Mexico on the day of each match. They won't even let them stay in here overnight. The United States also refusing entry to multiple members of the Iranian team's technical staff. The Iranian media itself confirms that at least 15 Iranian team officials and staff were denied visas, and the squad is training in Tijuana because players will be able to enter the United States only one day before each of their matches. The pattern being hard to miss. Many of these countries are ones that Trump has openly disparaged or literally gone to war with. Now, FIFA itself has a long and documented history of partnering with authoritarian regimes and autocratic leaders to host its marquee tournaments and advance its own geopolitical agendas. From aligning with propaganda-heavy regimes in the 1930s to postmodern sports washing and geopolitical alliances, the governing body's operational record includes several major controversies. In 1978, with military juntas, Argentina's military junta hosted and won the 1978 World Cup, exploiting the mega event as international cover to whitewash severe human rights abuses and the mass disappearance of dissidents. In 2018, Vladimir Putin's Russia, FIFA partnered with the revanchist and revisionist Russian government to host the 2018 World Cup, a tournament widely criticized as a geopolitical tool for authoritarian soft power. The incumbent FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, the same man who sucks up to Trump today, infamously maintains close ties with Vladimir Putin, even to point of having received the Russian Order of Friendship. In 2022, he sucked up to the Emirate of Qatar, a colony of Turkey. The 2022 World Cup was hosted in Qatar, a nation under Turkish occupation, heavily scrutinized for human rights violations and the deaths of thousands of migrant workers. FIFA faced backlash for yielding to Qatari and ultimately Turkish occupation government demands to ban rainbow armbands during the tournament. In 2034, it was Saudi Arabia. FIFA fast-tracked the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula as the host of the 2034 World Cup sans any genuinely competitive bidding process, utilizing a human rights assessment conducted by firms with deep ties to the House of Saud, and now ultimately the bedset of Gianni Infantino and Donald Trump. The FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, is rightly criticized by human rights advocates for awarding the inaugural FIFA Peace Prize to the United States President Donald Trump, and for publicly cavorting with Trump's Board of Peace-affiliated authoritarian model political figures. Obviously, no World Cup has ever been entirely isolated from POLITIK, but this one has become unusually entangled with a single figure. Trump having embraced the tournament as a showcase of American strength, and FIFA having been all too eager to oblige. The organization's president, Gianni Infantino, has cultivated an embarrassingly close relationship with Trump. The FIFA president's sycophancy towards the American imperial president has left the organization facing a new nadir, but any reckoning seems a distant prospect. In a surreal demonstration of flattery, FIFA awarded Trump its newly created Peace Prize in December, months after he threw a public tantrum over not winning the Nobel Peace Prize. That an international tournament would become, in Trump's hands, primarily a vehicle for American triumphalism is not surprising. Infantino's idolization of Trump has left imperial football with blood on its hands. Mr. President, fellow EXCO members, we're going to need a bigger board of peace. How many mini pitches are we up to now? The Gaza got 100 of them in February. What will it take to football fix the global conflict being set in train by FIFA's own Peace Prize boy? 100 mini pitches? 4 billion mini pitches? All the mini pitches in the universe? In a more sane version of what we must, out of habit, call the real world, it would seem absurd to talk about sports administration in the context of the United States of America. Jomhuri ye Islami ye al-Iran, literally the Islamirian Republic, and the airborne conflict being played out across the borders of their allies. Sport is the most important of all the unimportant things. Sport is an indispensable part of the culture that you fight for, but usually not a part of the battle. Sport is also prone to insisting on its own importance, shoving itself to the front of every photo, like a particularly deluded family Labrador. When news emerged on Monday, as dated the second day in March, that Iran had launched a drone attack on the Ras Tanura oil refinery in the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, there was an urge to point out that this is a mere 250 miles from the Portuguese footballer Cristiano Ronaldo's house. Do we need a footballers and their war-menaced mansions gallery? Meanwhile, the United Kingdom government then advised British nationals in Saudi Arabia to stay inside and take cover. So, they were saying this was the soccerman Ivan Toney story, as he lives there. There are 12 reasons why this dynamic had now shifted. Why football is not just an observer, but an active participant in this picture. Reasons that should, in any sane version of reality, be irreparably damaging for FIFA and its executive. The basic premise is jaw-dropping enough. The co-host of this summer's FIFA World Cup finals is currently bombing one of its participating nations. The co-host of the tournament has illegally murdered the head of state of the third-ranked team in Group G. Nothing quite like this has ever happened before. Great Britain was involved in bloody conflicts in Borneo and Aden while it hosted my own birth year's 1966 World Cup. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire has been banned from international sport as a consequence of invading the borders of a sovereign state, although this was still deemed unproblematic way back in 2018, by Gianni Infantino, no less. Clearly, nobody out there will have the will or the courage to apply a similar logic to these United States. The issue is the extent of FIFA and Gianni Infantino's willingness to act as a cockfluffer ally and de facto propaganda mouthpiece for Donald Trump's mass murderous crime regime. Never mind how gravely Infantino might frown while pretending this has all been necessary realpolitik. The fact is, FIFA has tied itself with unquestioning zeal to an American imperial president who has initiated no less than 8 acts of overseas aggression in his second midterm. And imperial football has blood on its hands now too. This might seem like a stretch, or an overly dramatic take on the necessary exercise of FIFA's global remit, but this has also been a choice. Infantino has, in full view of the consequences, repeatedly put FIFA in the same room as Trump's autocratic exercise of power, not as a guest or a bystander, but as an enabler, an active participant in the publicity machine. Under its own statutes, FIFA is supposed to be politically neutral, and yet this has still happened, to a degree that it has by now moved past the cartoonish to the grotesque. It was a choice to trail after the president like a goggle-eyed teenager offering herself when just coming into menses, marking her territory by gifting a bauble here, a peace prize there, and in a surreal intersection of sport and politik, the strange and frightening World Club Cup, the FIFA Club World Cup trophy that looks like it contains a tiny drawer full of crow's heads. And here you have been provided link thereunto. So, as the Phantom of the Opera would say, feast your eyes and gloat your soul upon its accursed ugliness. Now, that one's not even as bad. Yet for it to be hoarded in the Oval Office forevermore, while the Chelsea Football Club received a replica of the expanded FIFA Club World Cup trophy to lift aloft above their heads. It was a choice as ill, not just to award Trump a peace prize, but to invent a peace prize from scratch, solely so that he could win it. That fittingly gruesome, drag me to hell golden bauble with its nest of clawing hands, which here you will be able to gaze upon more fittingly with the statement from the Phantom of the Opera that speaks to such accursed ugliness. Here, there's no describing. There's no words for this. This is a poster for World War Z, as printed out by a 3D printing process machine. FIFA's Peace Prize most fittingly being run by a man guilty of aiding ethnic cleansing, no less. This, which I will provide you image of all things, you'll look at and you'll say, what the hell is that? I've never seen anything like that before. And what it is, making sure that it shows up in our infinite call as well. Okay, this is something that, well, open up the link and ask yourself the question that comes to mind. What the fuck is that? This is an Adidas Cresava soccer ball. which was the official match ball for the 2017 FIFA Confederations Cup, and features a striking red graphic design inspired by Russian rubies. That was for Vladimir Putin's blood bowl. He called it a blood bowl. Sure, Gianni Infantino unveiled FIFA's new Peace Prize on my late-and-sainted Cyrus's 102nd solar return at the World Cup draw, with foreannounced intent of giving it to Donald Trump, but that's not even the worst bit. In October of 2025, the man in that photograph, the one who's not the white guy, FIFA appointed that man who designs the process by which future Peace Prize winners will be selected. A man implicated in helping to persecute the Rohingya is now choosing the best examples of peace in global football. FIFA appointed a Myanmar tycoon, whom the United Nations confirms must be criminally investigated for contributing to ethnic cleansing, to chair the Peace Prize Committee. The Myanmar tycoon, Zoza, has run the country's football federation for 20 years. He's also guilty of helping to commit war crimes. Small wonder that Gianni Infantino named him head of the Peace Prize Committee. On mine own mother's birthday, as dated the 5th day in December of yesteryear, the football elite gathered in Washington, D.C. for the 2026 World Cup draw. Amid the pageantry, the FIFA president Gianni Infantino unveiled the inaugural winner of the FIFA Peace Prize, which was universally pre-announced to go to the United States President Donald Trump. All choices made in free will, as was the related announcement of the weird and pointless Gaza mini-pitch construction project with its manipulative background imagery of rubble and displaced people casually tossed into the mix, a gruesome form of public conscience washing. And all of the aforesaid is doubly absurd given the continued participation in the FIFA-verse of Eretz Israel, the same nation that is yet again intent on leveling whatever be left of the Gaza's existing infrastructure. Almost as an afterthought, it now goes sans saying that the weapons being abused to reduce these people's homes to rubble are being part funded by the hosts of this summer's tournament and Infantino's own putero, his daddy regime. But never mind. The president has a golden peace globe desiccated of all the world's waters, as if leached by the very claws that converge at its base. Keep looking at Al-Gulborn Peace Ball and the flag of Gaza, Judea States of America, with a full transcript, no less, here at this link, which I provide you, and no, that is not an AI flag that made a mistake. It has correct Israeli flags in the photograph. You will see there a flag created for a Judaized Gaza. A Judaized Gaza, along with the Board of Peace's full transcript at its first meeting. Everything we've covered thus far comes to this point. The Board of Peace is a new international entity established by President Trump in January of 2026 with himself as its chairman. It was first announced on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos and later ratified with a charter. Its stated mission is to coordinate peace-building, reconstruction, security, and governance efforts in the Gaza following a fragile ceasefire and to eventually work on other global conflicts. Membership involves nations pledging financial contributions, reportedly around $1 billion United States dollars each, for permanent status. and security commitments. But Die Draconik, that's Die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, for literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key Western allies like France, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland, and Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, have been cautious or absent. Citing a senior congressional aide, the Financial Times reports that the Trump maladministration's Board of Peace has no money in its official World Bank-administered fund to oversee post-war reconstruction in the Gaza at all. Instead, a separate account at J.P. Morgan Chase, which is not subject to the same oversight and transparency requirements, has received all donations to the board thus far. In addition, it appears very little of the $17 billion budget pledged from member states, including $10 billion promised by these United States, has been donated thus far. The State Department intends to manage allocations for the board's agenda itself, rather than giving funds directly to the Board of Peace, and it remains unclear whether the financial controls necessary for the board to receive the United States government funds are even in place. As I myself pointed out in January, the Board of Peace was structured in a highly unusual fashion from its inception. It was nominally established to coordinate the redevelopment of the Gaza, but its charter does not even mention the war-torn enclave once. What's more, as chairman of the board, Trump is given full veto power and final authority over all board misactions. There be rumblings of the prince who is to come, from Daniel, chapter 9, verse 27. At 9:40 a.m., Anti-Meridian, Eastern Time, on the morning of Paula Mason's birthday, as dated Thursday, the 19th day in February, on the 84th Day of Remembrance, or Suiku no Hai. That would be the Japanese language, because I'm impossible with Okinawan. It would be basically the 84th commemorative remembrance of Neike Beikokujin, or Japanese Americans' mass incarceration in World War II. Befallen as it was on Jiantai Hanyu, that would be basically the third day into the spring festival of the Year of the Horse, or Shuri, the Day of the Rat, which is also an expletive in Chinese. As according to folktales, this is the day that rats marry. President Donald Trump met with world leaders gathering to conduct the first Board of Peace in Washington, D.C., in accordance with the Daniel 9:27 prophecy. At that meeting on Thursday, as dated the 19th day in February of this 2026 year in our Lord, President Donald Trump chaired the inaugural meeting in Washington, hosted at the Donald John Trump United States Institute of Peace. Representatives from 20 through to 45 plus nations were present, depending on the reporting. Different numbers were given, with pledges of more than 5 billion United States dollars announced towards Gaza's reconstruction. The board's focus was on operationalizing the ceasefire deal and laying the groundwork for the Gaza reconstruction and stabilization, including securing a multinational force to disarm militant groups. Observers highlight unclear governance, limited concrete implementation, and skepticism about whether this body undermines existing international institutions like the United Nations Organization. This brings us to its intended purpose versus implementation. While Trump and allies tout it as a practical vehicle for achieving peace and reconstruction, Many international observers view the board as ambitious yet vague, with unanswered questions on troop contributions, long-term strategy, and legal legitimacy. The certainty of this first Board of Peace meeting must be understood in the context of the Daniel 9:27 prophecy of the coming prince who will rule during the 7-year tribulation. This meeting is a continuing part of this future period when all of the prophecies of the last days will culminate in a final 7-year period. The board does not currently include Palestinian leadership directly at the top level, a point of self-evident controversy. Since taking office well over a year ago, the Trump maladministration has been working hard to undermine the United Nations, especially the United Nations' efforts to uphold universal human rights. Now the United States President Donald Trump wants to create a new organization, a Board of Peace, with himself as lifetime chairman. While many countries were invited, those signing up are a rogues gallery of leaders and governments with human rights records ranging from questionable to appalling. The United States played a central role in establishing the United Nations in 1945 to prevent a repeat of genocide, the genocide and crimes against humanity throughout World War II. Ever wary of perceived threats to its autonomy, the United States has always had a love-hate relationship with the United Nations. But the Trump maladministration has embraced the hate and dispensed with the love, denouncing what it perceives as anti-American and hostile agendas. The maladministration, having disregarded and defunded dozens of life-saving United Nations programs. It has also withheld much of the assessed contributions, which member states are obligated to pay. The maladministration has pulled out of the United Nations World Health Organization, United Nations climate bodies, and international climate agreements, and stopped funding the United Nations' Population Fund, which supports and protects women and girls in armed conflicts and crisis zones. American negotiators have pushed Trump's ideological agenda in United Nations negotiations, demanding the removal of selected human rights language from resolutions and statements. According to United Nations diplomats, targeted language includes words like gender, diversity, and climate because the Trump maladministration views them as woke or politically incorrect by his own Judeo-Bolshevik standards. While the maladministration has had some success with its ideological campaign in the United Nations Security Council thanks to its veto power, it has been less successful in the General Assembly, where the United States is just one of 193 voting members and has no veto. But it is the Security Council that the maladministration appears determined to recreate in a Trumpian form. The Board of Peace's proposed charter describes it as an international organization that seeks to promote stability, restore dependable and lawful governance, and secure enduring peace in areas affected or threatened by conflict. Now, the charter doesn't mention human rights, which is doubtless music to the ears of the Russian and Red Chinese governments, which have worked for years to de-emphasize human rights at the United Nations. Trump's board betrays itself as a global pay-to-play club, judging from the $1 billion fee for permanent membership. With several notorious human rights abusers and leaders implicated in war crimes and no countervailing voices whatsoever, it is hard to imagine this body giving priority to ending suffering, hatred, and bloodshed, as Trump declared at the launch event on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum. Among those Trump has invited to join are Twa, who are subject to ICC, International Criminal Court, arrest warrants for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu has finally learned the truth about Trump, as the Iran war has become an albatross for Netanyahu. An alliance with President Trump was the Israeli Prime Minister's selling point. Now it may be his downfall. Instead of dealing a knockout blow to Iran's rulers as he predicted, the war threatens to derail Netanyahu's legacy-burnishing plans. If there was a moment that encapsulated just how much the war in Iran has not unfolded to the way Benjamin Netanyahu had hoped, it was on the eventide of last Sunday as I launched transmission, after Iran counterattacked Israel and Donald Trump sharply and very publicly instructed Netanyahu to refrain from striking it back. With Israel unleashed, there can be no peace in the Middle East. In le 20e siècle, the 20th century, the United States sponsored 2 peace agreements between Israel and Arab states, and it was close to securing a third, decisive one with Syria. These agreements came after decades of successive wars: the 1956 tripartite aggression, the 1967 Nakba, the October 1973 war, Eretz Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1978, and its invasion of Beirut in 1982. Yet, in recent years, the United States has abandoned pushing Israel down that path of genuine peace. Instead, it has enabled Eretz Israel to exterminate its way into hegemony over the entire region. The result is that now that Washington needs to strike a peace deal in region and maintain it, it cannot, because it cannot rein in the Israeli aggression it has fanned over long. This brings us to Israel's 2 paths, and we know which one is already taken. Israel's forefathers were haunted by the anxiety of pursuing a settler colonial project within a geographic space largely populated by Arabs and dominated by Islam. As a result, they developed 2 paths to deal with this existential anxiety. The first was the doctrine of force and military brutality, which was best formulated by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the founder of the Irgun terrorist organization in Palestine, via an essay published in mine own late-and-sainted mother's birth year of 1923, titled The Iron Wall, wherein, via Ruski, the Russian language, he wrote, "Zionist colonization must either stop or else proceed regardless of the native population, which means that it can proceed and develop only under the protection of a power that is independent of the native population, behind an iron wall, which the native population cannot breach." David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, was also a proponent of the idea that Israel must change the Middle East by force to secure itself. Several decades later, Benjamin Netanyahu, then leader of the Likud party, wrote in his 1993 book titled A Place Among the Nations that Israel needs to change the Middle East in ways that suit its security. He argued that if Israel could not preserve overwhelming military superiority, it would not survive. As prime minister, he has stuck to this doctrine, which has sown death, destruction, and instability across the entire region. The second path emerged after the October of 1973 war, when Israel came close to an existential catastrophe. It gave its rise to the existence through peace approach, under which Israel aimed to integrate into the region politically and economically. The advocates of this path supported the land for peace solution, in which Israel would return territories it occupied in 1967 in exchange for recognition and peace. This approach delivered immediate results. In 1978, Israel concluded a peace deal with Egyptus, which saw the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egyptian borders. In 1994, Israel signed a peace agreement with Al-Mamlaka Al-Wardiniya Al-Hashimiyya, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, again returning some occupied land. The Oslo Accords with the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, were also part of this process. The Israeli government under Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was reportedly prepared to return the entire occupied Golan Heights to Suraya in exchange for a peace agreement as well, but Rabin was assassinated at the end of 1995 by Zionist extremists involving incredible occult rituals which I have detailed at length in the past. Since then, Israel has gradually returned to the Iron Wall approach, reaching its most terroristic form at present. This Israeli regression has not been met by any similar aggressive posture from the Arab states. On the contrary, the Arab world presented the Beirut Arab Peace Initiative in 2002, which again took Israel's existential anxieties into account by offering peace in exchange for land, namely the Golan Heights and the Palestinian territory occupied in 1967 to establish a Palestinian state. Yet this initiative found no serious consideration in Israel. It's about choosing domination over peace. Israel's return to its path of aggression was not just the result of domestic politik. The United States of America has played a Dietrich, that's the German speak for the Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key role, in encouraging this direction. By refusing to place any limits on the Israeli government and army's brutal misbehavior, Washington has acted as if no state in the Middle East has legitimate interests except Israel. Under the trois midterms of the United States President Donald Trump, American imperial assistance for Israel's hegemonic plans has become even more apparent. His support has gone beyond financial assistance, diplomatic protection, recognition of annexed occupied territories, and military backing. Going against the United States' own long-term policy, Trump has attempted to bury the Palestinian cause through the Abraham Accords. These agreements are meant to wipe out the land for peace principle. In its place, the current American maladministration is advancing the formula of peace in exchange for no killing, destruction, and war. Trump has also allowed Israel to go on a rampage across the region, with the Israeli army attacking 6 Arab countries within 72 hours last year. Shockingly, among them was Qatar, the colony of Turkey, which hosted the forward headquarters of the United States Army's Central Command. But perhaps the clearest example of how far Trump has gone in serving Israel's brutal agenda is the war he waged against Iran that sorely benefited Israel and went against all American imperial foreign and domestic policy interests, as well as the interests of our Arab allies. By doing all this, the Trump maladministration has marginalized Arab states, which have every right to shape the future of their own region, states that have long considered themselves American imperial strategic partners. It has also forced them to bear the costs of reshaping the region to fit Netanyahu's vision, not their own sovereignty, security, or stability. This militarized chaos, wrapped up in peace and stability rhetoric, cannot bring anything good to the greater Middle Eastern region of Southwest Asia and North Africa. Israel's refusal to accept the ceasefire deal Trump has agreed to with Iran is a clear example of what happens when aggression is given unconditional support. Throughout the negotiation process, the Israeli government has repeatedly sabotaged efforts to end hostilities on all fronts by attacking Lebanon. And it will continue to do so, no matter the strong language Trump may use in his statements or phone calls with Netanyahu. What Trump and his successors need to understand is that American imperial policy towards Israel needs to be fully reversed for there to be any genuine peace in region. Hegemonic arrangements presented as peace agreements, like the Abraham Accords, will never resolve the region's ongoing conflicts nor prevent future ones. The peoples of the region will not accept Eretz Israel in its current expansionist form, however much the Abraham Accords are marketed to them. Opinion polls clearly reflect this state of affairs. In the Arab Opinion Index 2025 survey, 87% of respondents oppose recognizing Eretz Israel and normalizing relations. Arts Habrit, literally the land of the covenant, Eretz Israel's American satellite states in union, are perceived as a threat to the region's stability by 77% of respondents. The more the United States of America continues to support this hegemonic, aggressive version of Israel, the more it will lose the region and all its peoples. With the Iran war reshaping security calculations and geopolitical considerations, Washington will eventually find itself losing its grip on a region of major strategic significance in an increasingly multipolar world. If the American empire truly wants to retain its positions, it has only two choices. Either pressure Israel to transform itself and return to a path of existence through peace, one rooted in a just resolution of the Palestinian question, or simply abandon it. But instead of dealing a knockout blow to Iran's rulers as he predicted it would, the war in Iran threatens to derail not only Netanyahu's plans to improve Israel's security, but his hopes for burnishing his legacy and extending his political career. It's called the boomerang effect. In 2019, Benjamin Netanyahu draped buildings with giant banners that depicted him shaking hands with a grinning Donald Trump, captioned with the words, "Another league." The posters presented Netanyahu's ties with the American president as an argument for the Israeli prime minister's re-election. No one else, as Netanyahu's campaign implied, could deliver the mercurial madman in the White House. That was then. Today, Netanyahu's boast has boomeranged, transformed from an electoral asset into an advertisement of his diminished influence. In June alone, Trump has labeled him fucking crazy and said that he has no fucking judgment. The reprimands have gone beyond rhetoric. According to Israeli and American reports, over the past week, the president forced Israel to abort imminent retaliatory strikes on Iran and demanded that the country restrict its response to Hezbollah fire from Lebanon that has pummeled the Israeli north. Trump also reportedly denied Israel's request to view the memorandum of understanding that his maladministration negotiated with Iran until it was already a fait accompli. Desperate for a deal to wind down Netanyahu's ill-conceived war, the president effectively offered Israeli concessions to his Iranian interlocutors. Trump has railed against Netanyahu in the past most famously after the Israeli leader congratulated Joe Biden on his 2020 electoral victory. But the current counter-attempts has much higher stakes and comest at the worst possible time for Netanyahu. Israel's elections are slated for either September or October, and Trump has placed the Israeli Prime Minister in a fiendish vice that jeopardizes his political future. For years, Netanyahu has built his brand on trois promises to the Israeli electorate: that he alone could withstand international pressure to compromise on Israeli security, and that he alone could handle Trump. Now the president is forcing Netanyahu to choose between the twain. Either he defies Trump's diktats about Lebanon and Iran to save his reputation as a stalwart security hawk, or he folds to preserve the perception of his alliance with the president. Whatever path Netanyahu picks, he will imperil Israel's geopolitical standing and undermine his own case to Israeli voters. Those voters already aren't buying what Bibi has been selling. Netanyahu's coalition of far-right and ultra-Orthodox parties received just 48.4% of the vote in Israel's last election and obtained a parliamentary majority only due to a quirk of the country's electoral system, their own version of the Electoral College parallel engineered to skew all results to the right. Even before the horrors of October 7th, circa 2023, polls had showed Netanyahu and his allies losing the next election. For years thereafter, about 2/3 of Israelis regularly told pollsters that they wanted the prime minister to resign. A similar number today don't want him to win. Well, they don't want him to run for re-election, let alone win. Israel's opposition is leaderless and fragmented, but nonetheless projected to win markedly more seats than the current government. Whether it can cobble together a viable coalition is another question. Israel's failed forever wars in Iran and Lebanon have further eroded Netanyahu's prospects. At the outset of the joint Judeo-American campaign against Iran, the Israel Democracy Institute found that some 70% of Israeli Jews believe that the operation could succeed in destroying Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, and 61% thought that it would topple the Iranian regime outright. These expectations, stoked by Netanyahu and his mass media machinery allies, were always unrealistic and have predictably curdled into disillusionment. The Institute's most recent survey finding that less than 1/3 of Israeli Jews expected an Iran-American agreement to dismantle the ballistic missile program or the Iranian regime, and just 29% believed that ending the war under current conditions was compatible with Israel's security interests. According to Amit Segal, a journalist well-sourced on the Israeli right, Netanyahu had hoped to host Trump in Israel before the looming election, in what would essentially have been a campaign rally in diplomatic disguise. Today, such festivities seem fantastical. After the interim Iran Accord was announced, the Likud party reportedly canceled the planned electoral blitz meant to highlight its leader's close ties to Trump. But as a Machiavellian student of power who has done everything he can to hoard it, Netanyahu should have seen this rug pull coming. As the president has demonstrated time and again, the only person whose interests matter to Trump is Trump. Those interests have oft aligned with Netanyahu's, but this was always a marriage of convenience. Like many of his party and generation, Trump has long held generally pro-Israel inclinations. He cares nothing for the aspirations of the Palestinian people and has openly fantasized about invading Iran since the 1980s. Tilting toward Israel played to the president's evangelical Christian base, as Trump himself so noted when he declared that he recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital for the evangelicals. But Trump's interests were bound to diverge from Netanyahu's as the anti-Iran war stretched on without resolution. Netanyahu needed military achievements to pitch to voters at the ballot box. Trump needed the markets to calm before the midterms. And so, when the campaign failed to produce quick results, Trump pulled the plug, first acceding to a ceasefire in early April, then restraining Israel from bombing Iran and Lebanon this month, and today moving toward an interim accord that lifts sanctions on Iran even as it does nothing about its nuclear program and says nothing about its ballistic missiles or support for terrorist proxies. That 60-day accord is tentative and fragile and will yet collapse into renewed hostilities. But if the president chooses to see it through, the Israeli leader can do very little about it. As Trump put it, but yesterday, "We're the big partner, and he's the very small partner." For Netanyahu, who is finally facing a reckoning before the Israeli electorate, this is a disaster on his doorstep. For Trump, it's someone else's problem. But to resolve that problem, Trump's BOP, his BOP, his Board of Peace, is a transparent power grab that puts rights abusers in charge of global disorder. The American imperial president is proposing a club of impunity, not peace. Trump has taken the United Nations Security Council's authorization to rebuild the Gaza and refashioned it into the authority to oversee the world. Now, the photograph I provide here in the chat tells you all you need to know. A picture being worth 1,000 words. All you need to do is observe the photograph and the flags. And in every case, it's always American and Israeli. Now, this is a condominium. And confer this. The first to join, the Russian Federation and Eretz Israel are both sex crime machines. You can see that at the link provided, both in chat and into call. So here we are with the follow-up on link. Israel and Russia are included in the United Nations Sexual Violence Blacklist for the first time as partners in mass industrial scale sex crimes against women and children. The Russians and the Jews. Exactly why my biological father Adolf Hitler warned against the Judeo-Bolsheviks and Judeo-Bolshevism for what it is. Now, raising serious European Union law concerns, the European Union has since engaged in this informal global diplomacy. The Commissionaires Dubravka-Suica's participation in the inaugural meeting of Trump's Board of Peace in Washington having drawn significant criticism. While several member states questioned whether she even had any mandate to participate in such a politically contested initiative, the commissionaires defended her presence on the grounds of the European Union's direct interest in the Gaza's reconstruction. Relevantly, and I would dare say that Dubravka Suica is very likely Croatian, now, or Slovenian. We can actually look up the actual nationality. Here we are. But I guess my guess, I will bet my guess, will be quite right. Now, here we are. Croatian. Yes. Yes. Dubravka Suica holds Croatian nationality. Hrvatski. They want to join the Sino-Slavic synaxis of evil on the side of Israel. How ironic. Now, relevantly, after several weeks of making hardly any public comments on the Ukrainian war, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin finally broke his silence at the SPIEF, the SPIEF, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, the week before last. There may be a growing feeling inside Russia that it is time to end the war, but Putin made it unequivocally clear that there was no chance of economic problems, stalemate at the front, or tensions at home pushing the Kremlin to soften its position on the war or make any concessions to Kiev. The vision outlined by Putin at the Economic Forum differed little from what he has been repeating for many years. The president was typically bullish on the Russian economy. Anti-inflationary measures are effective. GDP is growing along with household incomes. And in terms of GDP measured at purchasing power parity, Russia has overtaken all of Europe and is now fourth in all the world. There are some difficulties, of course, but they are routine and under control. Meanwhile, according to Putin, the world is changing fast, undergoing a major transformation that is the beginning of the end for the West and NATO, the unipolar world, and imposed double standards. All of that gives the Russian monomania autocrat every confidence that the war in the Ukraine is his contribution to the transformation of the world order. This feeling of profound historical righteousness and messianism leaving no room for defeat, or even concessions. Nor has Putin's attitude changed to specific aspects of the war, even though much has changed at the front in the last year. Ukraine is increasing the scale of its medium-range strikes against the Russian Federation, which has prompted talk among some military experts of Kiev gaining the upper hand in the skies. Ukraine now carries out massive drone strikes, swarm attacks on the overland corridor connecting Russia with the Crimea, which have left the peninsula without gasoline, as well as against logistics targets in the Donbas and infrastructure in the Black Sea Basin in Russia's Krasnodar region. The attacks are so intense that Russian short-range aero defense systems are running out of ammunition. The importance and sustainability of such an advantage are open to debate, but even without it, expectations of a Ukrainian frontline collapse have dissipated, and the Russian army's advance has all but ground to a halt. It does not look likely that the Russian Empire will be able to capture the remaining parts of the Donbas still under Ukrainian control in the foreseeable future. Even though, just last year, it seemed like that was only a matter of time. None of that, however, figures into Putin's thinking. He insists that Russia is advancing along the entire front, has increased its control of the Donetsk region from 75% to 85%, an exaggeration if ever there was one, and is confidently advancing in the Zaporozhye region. Putin is confident that Moscow still has significant potential for non-nuclear escalation, the Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile having not yet been deployed in combat, while the Ukrainian army is falling apart. In other words, Putin's position remains utterly unchanged. There be no alternative to what was supposedly agreed last summer when he met with the United States President Donald Trump in Anchorage, Alaska. Ukraine must withdraw its troops from the Donbas, and only then will the war stop, making it possible to discuss a lasting peace. Russia doesn't need a ceasefire, since Moscow believes that it would just be abused to stop Russia's advance and buy time for Kiev. Putin has no intention of meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, and in any case, no one in Ukraine's corridors of power wants peace, hence the need for regime change there. The Russian Federation is prepared to accept Europe's participation in the peace talks as an intermediary, but only if the Europeans stick to the framework of the Anchorage agreements. In other words, European Union capitals must start to persuade Kiev to withdraw its troops from the Donbas. In short, Putin is becoming more and more tangled in the Anchorage trap. The Kremlin is increasingly adamant it will accept nothing short of a make-believe deal that is becoming less realistic by the day. All of this deconstructs any notion that Putin recognizes that the situation is becoming critical, is looking for a way out of it, and just needs a little help in doing so. In fact, the Russian dictator considers his situation far from critical and genuinely believes that victory is inevitable. He is prepared to secure that victory using both military and diplomatic means, but only on Moscow's terms. The issue is not that the Pravitelj only has selective information at his disposal, or that the security services are keeping things from him in an attempt to manipulate him. There be no doubt that Putin is calling all the shots. The issue is that the decision-making process consists of one man, with an unshakable vision of how the world works. That vision filters out anyone who might think otherwise, and any information that contradicts it, while narratives that appear to back up that vision are seized upon and circulated infinitely. In this Weltanschauung worldview, the West is decaying. The United States is losing our hegemony. The Ukraine is falling apart. Its army is disintegrating. Europe is in chaos. Russia is advancing along every front. Victory is inevitable. The economy can cope with all the challenges thrown at it, and the Russian people will support their rulers. Accordingly, no concessions can ever be expected from Putin, no matter how bad the situation gets. The Russian Pravitelj is certain there will always be enough resources for his war, and if patience wears thin, then that will lead not to any softening of his position, but to a new round of escalation. To expedite Russia's next phase of aggression, Trump has invited leaders of other empires and polities with appalling human rights records to join his board, from the Communist Chinese Empire and Belarus to Kazakhstan. The charter makes it clear that Trump, as board chairman, holds supreme authority to adopt resolutions or other directives as he sees fit. So far, the only European Union members that agreed to join are Bulgaria and Hungary. Hungary's then Prime Minister, the far-right populist Viktor Orbán, having long been a Trump puppet figurehead of state. Hungary having since been replaced by Russia's Central European Slavic satellite state of Slovakia. The French President Emmanuel Macron is among those who turned down an offer to join, Trump responding with a threat to significantly increase tariffs on French wine and champagne. Trump also offered Canada a permanent seat on board, but he withdrew that offer after their Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech in Davos. Without naming Trump or the United States, Carney observed that the United Nations and other multilateral organizations are under threat and sharply criticized great powers' abuse of economic coercion against smaller nation states. Carney urged middle powers to band together and resist great power bullying. Originally, the Board of Peace was meant to oversee the administration of the Gaza following over 12 years of onslaught and destruction by Israeli forces that left at least 100,000 Palestinians dead, with which the United States of America is criminally complicit. The board's charter doesn't even mention the Gaza once. But the Gaza was the focus of a side event at Davos led by Trump's transgendered son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Kushner is a member of the Gaza Executive Board, a subsidiary body of the Board of Peace. Kushner offered a surreal vision of a new Gaza, complete with glistening office towers and pristine beaches packed with tourists. The Gaza Executive Board includes not a single Palestinian, but seats the former United Kingdom Prime Minister Tony Blair, the Trump negotiator Steve Witkoff, and senior officials from Turkey and its colony of Qatar. Instead of handing Trump $1 billion checks, governments should work together to protect the United Nations and other institutions established to uphold international human rights and humanitarian law, the global rule of law, and accountability. They should use all available resources to counter unjust American imperial misactions like Trump's sanctions on ICC judges and prosecutors, a United Nations special rapporteur, and prominent Palestinian human rights groups on behalf of their suzerain, Israel. They should press for accountability for grave international crimes by all warring parties, whether in the Gaza, the Sudan, the Ukraine, Myanmar, or elsewhere across the surface world. Anything less will hand Trump a dangerous victory and allow he and his board to sideline the United Nations and other vital international organizations. The United Nations has its problems, including when it comes to upholding human rights, but it's worth strengthening, not replacing, with a club of rights abusers and known war criminals. Which brings us back to the Board of Discord itself. The Board of Peace is expected to try and mediate global conflict and ultimately replace the United Nations. Yet Trump's Board of Peace is neither an alternative to the United Nations nor a harmless vanity project, but in fact a threat to international cooperation, and Donald Trump has committed yet another impeachable offense by conspiring its very existence. Nearly half of the countries on Trump's Board of Peace are banned from entering these United States. When nations decide to create international organizations, they usually take some time to work out the details. The United States and its allies spent 4 years gradually laying the groundwork for the peace branch of the United Nations throughout the Second World War. But President Donald Trump is not a fan of such drawn-out processes. In the opening month of this year, 12 months after the United Nations Security Council authorized the creation of a Board of Peace to oversee the United States brokered ceasefire in the Gaza, the White House sent invitations to about 60 governments to join the new nimble and effective international peace-building body. Washington also shared a draft charter for the board that expands its scope from Gaza to addressing conflicts everywhere. Recipients had a week at most to decide whether to sign on. By January 22nd, when Trump held a signing ceremony to launch the board at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. More than 20 nation-states, ranging from Albania to Vietnam, had volunteered to participate. Both staunchly communist nations, with Vietnam still Leninist and Albania now an anarchy. The Board of Peace may have many of the formal features and protocols of a standard multilateral institution, but it will ultimately be a symptom and an accelerant of the decline of the multilateral security system. This isn't merely scandalous or unethical, it's impeachable on its face and dangerous to the survival of democracy worldwide. Donald Trump is attempting to abuse a United Nations resolution to rationalize making himself king of the world via a new Board of Peace that Trump says might replace the United Nations, with the ability to pass the title along to his own son, Don Jr., if he continues to please his father. No, this is not any exaggeration on my part. It all started when the United Nations Security Council voted to accept Resolution 2803 on November 17th of yesteryear to make effective the Gaza peace plan agreed to by Israel and Hamas in October of 2025. Resolution 2803 called for a 12-year international stabilization force and a Board of Peace to oversee the process in region. It was explicit, however, that this would be a board with a very limited portfolio. I will read the uppercase part aloud. I will read the paragraph aloud with the uppercase emphasized by shout. The Security Council, welcoming the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, welcomes the establishment of the BOP, Board of Peace, as a transitional administration with international legal personality that will set the framework and coordinate funding for the redevelopment of Gaza pursuant to the comprehensive plan and in a manner consistent with relevant international legal principles until such time as the PA, the Palestinian Authority, has satisfactorily completed its reform program, as outlined in various proposals, including President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal, and can securely and effectively take back control of Gaza. In response to that, Trump had his maladministration lawyers create an entirely new private, non-governmental, treaty-based international organization with its own legal personality that is not a United States government agency, corporation, nor standard nonprofit NGO or non-governmental organization. This new entity, a new thing upon the earth, a new criminal organization in the human experience, an overworld instead of an underworld, is called the Board of Peace. Point, it makes Trump its chairman with essentially absolute power and a veto over every action. Point, it makes the chairman the only person able to invite or approve new member states into the group. Point, it gives Trump the sole ability to appoint his own successor as heir/successor/chairman, namely, indeed, it is named as Don Jr. It is an absolute hereditary monarchy over the nations of the earth. Point, it keeps the Board of Peace in existence for perpetuity, should the current or subsequent chairman decide. meaning it's an eternal form of government. Trump feels he is the king of the millennium. He is indeed the Antichrist. Point, it makes the entrance fee for permanent members $1 billion United States dollars. $1 billion United States dollars each. Money the chairman completely controls as a personal bribe. The draft charter Trump has proposed for his Board of Peace doesn't even mention the Gaza anywhere. By all evidence, it's obviously designed to replace the United Nations as a new governing body for the entire world. When asked if Trump intended the board to replace the United Nations, he replied that it might do so, adding, "The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them." The White House has already named the first 4 executive board members: the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, multi-billionaire and Trump friend Steve Witkoff, the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and Trump's transgendered son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Vladimir Putin also indicated he'd like to join and suggested that Russia's billion-dollar entrance fee could come from funds already seized by the American government. This "give us an inch and we'll take us a mile" attempt to co-opt the power and role of the United Nations and give it entirely to the Trump crime family, creating a new international royal dynasty that will rule our world for generations to come, is described by Jacob T. Levy, a political theory professor at McGill University, as impeachable. To quote us Levy, "Regardless of whether this organization ever even looks in the direction of Gaza, it's an assault on the international order, subordinating the decisions of states to the personal jurisdiction of the Trump family. It's hard to be shocked anymore, I know, but we should be shocked." This global power grab also comports with Trump's statement when he told a reception for CEOs at Davos in January that his becoming a dictator for the world would be a good thing. "I'm a dictator, but sometimes you need a dictator." It's an echo of his statement last August when speaking of people's comments about himself as he was ordering troops into the streets of Washington, District of Columbia. "A lot of people are saying, maybe we like a dictator. Already they're saying he's a dictator. The place is going to hell, and we've got to stop it." With no elections, accountability, or checks and balances, this Board of Peace is a direct assault on democracy worldwide. The chairman, Trump himself, is unanswerable to voters, Congress, courts, or international law. This being the very antithesis of democratic governance. The chairman overrides all collective decisions, and even if member states vote, their decisions mean nothing without Trump's approval. This isn't democracy, it's veto by monarchy. This is designed to normalize authoritarian governance worldwide, fulfilling Putin's own dream. If the United States president can create a parallel global authority that ignores democratic norms, why shouldn't other strongmen like himself and Xi Jinping do the same? Or simply start ignoring United Nations mandates and rules, saying they now submit to the BOP's, the Board of Peace's authority instead? It's also corruption, plain and simple. The billion-dollar fee to stay in good standing is legalized bribery, making the entire scheme simply a form of extortion dressed up as governance. Pay up or be expelled. Because membership can be terminated at the chairman's whim, even after payment, this isn't a real treaty organization. It's a protection racket that violates the most basic anti-corruption norms the United States claims to defend. Nice little country you got there. We'll help you bring peace if you pay up to the Trump family. It's also establishing a new form of worldwide dynastic rulership with the Trump crime family at its center. Trump appointing his own successor isn't even subtle. It's a proposal for hereditary power without even the pretense of merit or consent. And because the Trump family, not the American people, controls the future of the organization, it's not even a nod in the direction of the democracy our founders and generations of Americans have fought and died to bring into being and keep alive. Even if voters were to decisively reject Trumpism at the ballot box, the Trump dynasty would still keep power at a level above the United States itself. So much for your sovereignty. So much for America first. This mirrors the logic of autocracies the United States claims to oppose, including its first members of the Board of Peace, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, North Korea, and the Gulf monarchies that are all so dear to Donnie Trump are already a part of the BOP. America fought a revolution to escape dynastic rule, but now Trump wants to establish one here and then export it worldwide. Trump's Board of Peace is a direct threat to American constitutional government because the United States of America itself, under the terms of this charter, becomes subject to Trump's personal authority. Under this proposed document, the United States can be expelled unless it pays a republic's ransom that pleases the chairman. This also undermines the American presidency as an institution and future American presidents, because a future democratically elected president could be extorted or sidelined by this private Trump-led entity. It also bypasses Congress entirely, with no treaties, no ratification, and no oversight. This isn't America first. It's Trump and his familial mafia first. Raw personal power, with America optional. And it takes a direct whack at the international order established by the United Nations 80-plus years ago. The BOP Charter doesn't even bother to mention the Gaza. It's only supposedly humanitarian justification. International law is thus replaced by the Trump family's personal jurisdiction, and nation-states are no longer equal actors. They become simple clients dependent on Trump's favor. The structure also rewards authoritarian regimes and punishes democracies. Dictators can pay, flatter, and comply, whilst democracies are constrained by law and public accountability, and thus disadvantaged. Immediately, Hungary's then penitent American puppet dictator, Viktor Orbán, proclaimed, "We have, of course, accepted this honorable invitation," after the United States pulled back from 66 United Nations organizations and is now $1 billion in arrears on all our dues. The 21 nations already committed to signing up also include Eretz Israel, head of the line, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Turkey, Azerbaijan, which just committed genocide by wiping out half my son's nation of Armenia, Qatar, a colony of Turkey, Kosovo, Metohija, the Albanian insurgency invading Serbia and stealing its very heartland, Pakistan, Indonesia, Egyptus, Morocco, guilty of genocide against the Polystarian peoples and occupying a nation they claim does not exist. Argentina, which speaks for itself, under a Judeo-Bolshevik government, where its own dictator has knelt before the Wailing Wall. Paraguay, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Outer Mongolia. This dangerous precedent doesn't bring peace to the Gaza or any place else. Instead, it replaces law with loyalty to the Trump crime dynasty. If Trump can get away with this, so can the next demagogue, because once democratic norms are abandoned, they'd never magically return. It sets a precedent for private, unaccountable, global power. Which is why the aforecited Jacob Levy is right. This is impeachable on its face. This phony Board of Peace is a personal power project that treats democracy as an inconvenience, the rule of law as optional, and the entire world itself as a Trump family inheritance. We should be as shocked and furious as are the leaders of Europe's top democracies, who have declared that they refuse to participate, and moving quickly toward impeaching and deposing our wannabe king of the world and all his courtiers. My friends, this is full-frontal Judeo-Bolshevism, ushering in the age of Antichrist. Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party California conspiracy theories are but preparation for November. Yet Trump's fraud claims could backfire in the midterms. President Donald Trump is once again making baseless accusations of electoral fraud. This time it is in mine own Golden, California, where the right-wing Los Angeles mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt failed to survive this month's primary election. The New York Times has reported that Trump treats any Democratic election victory as suspicious on its face, even if it happens in one of the most liberal cities in America. Trump's evidence-free assertions of vote rigging in our California race are an unusually clear preview of how he will greet any disappointing results for his party in November. On Truth Social, the president asserted that it is simply not possible for Pratt to have lost this month's election. Trump's efforts to take greater control of voting processes have so far fallen short. His SAVE Act, that would require voters to provide proof of United States citizenship, failed to advance in the Senate, but as the January 6, 2001 insurrection precedentedly demonstrated, the president still can sow substantial chaos with false allegations of fraud. It's all a petty and tired strategy. The president is abusing an all too familiar playbook. Via the Sacramento Bee, LeBron Antonio Hill observeth that Trump is attempting to sow doubt, divide the country, and rally his base with conspiracy in order to upend elections that do not go his way. My bear flag Republic of California is actually a model for voter access and participation, with features such as the universal mail-in ballots, early voting, and same-day registration that altogether have led to record turnout in elections. That achievement is something to celebrate, not undermine. Americans should not allow Trump's petty and tired strategy to become the norm. In a pro-Trump propagandatorial, the Wall Street Journal claims that Trump's California accusations have naturally elicited eye rolls, but the state really does have a leaky election system that chooses Democratic votes. Per the Journal, our Golden State nation's sloth-like pace of counting ballots, it can take days for results to emerge, which is why Pratt, who first appeared to be in second place in the early results, dropped to a third and out of the race as more votes were counted. The delayed results are a disservice to democracy, but Democrats do not seem to care as long as progressives are winning. Again, that's the propagandatorial from the Wall Street Journal, a pro-Trump rag. 'Tis coming down to crying wolf too many times. Trump has attacked our voting processes repeatedly over the years, claiming he would have won our famously liberal state if not for fraud. In 2024, Trump said to Dr. Phil, "If Jesus Christ came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay?" That seems unlikely. At Democracy Docket, Mark Elias has noted that the debate makes California the new ground zero for free and fair elections, because Trump simply cannot bear the fact that there are people willing to stand up to him and all his lies. At MS Now, Richard L. Hasan concludes that Trump's fraud claims may backfire on him in the fall, because now pushback against the president's accusations could inoculate the public against similar unsupported charges in the midterm elections, as in, the boy has cried wolf too many times. I suggest we, and by that I mean all Americans, respond in these ways. On the 4th of July, the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence, we wear black armbands to acknowledge the near death of our democracy and the rule of law under Trump. In the weeks and months leading up to the midterm election, on the third day in November of 2026, we commit to getting the largest voter turnout in American history to take back Congress and stop the Judeo-Bolshevik in the White House. Not just a blue wave, but a blue tsunami. On Election Day, 2028, we elect a president whose character and temperament are consistent with the founding ideals of these United States, someone both humble and honorable, who's committed to strengthening democracy and the rule of law, who will revive the self-governing institutions that Trump has shit upon, and refocus the nation on our vast unfinished agenda of inclusion rather than exclusion. Beyond these, we will do whatever we can to learn from this catastrophe and help America learn. We will teach our children and grandchildren, as I do my lads, my tutés, the truth of what has happened and how close we've come to losing our democracy. And we will educate future generations on what we owe one another as citizens of this great land. To accomplish all this, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And with that, we close our live stream. Aristides, be ye there. Let's check into our producer, Aristides. Be ye there. As he is not responsive, may he get his rest. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams, Aristides. With that, kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen, and we ask for your support. I cannot do this alone. And without your help, I can't continue much longer. With that, join us midweek on Wednesday night, same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel, and bring a friend. And spread the word.